All right. We're here. We're waiting to see what the Senate's going to do. If they pick this bill up, if they decide to. If they pick this bill up. Feedback. If they pick the bill up or if they pass it on to another day, we'll see. They've been debating at least one other bill most of the day. It seems like today. So we'll see. Hold on, we got someone. Well, nope. They're just coming up to say something on the floor. They're not. Let me see. Let me hit their sound again. Hopefully they got rid of.
Override is not on. Override is test, test, test.
All right. Maybe get going.
Testing one. Oh, we have sound and no buzz. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Everyone give Byron a big hand. Testing.
Test, test. One,
Can we
two,
turn the
one,
volume
two.
up? Or is this the volume we have for the day?
Test.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah, I
see
can
where
hear
this
you a little
is
bit.
because this is.
Test, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I mean, it's not loud, but can we turn the volume up? I'm told it's recording. We're going to check. Duke of Earl. Duke. That's great. Yeah, it's great. Can you hear me? That's the question. We're trying to figure out if you can hear me. So we got that. We can pull that for my demo.
All right, Brother Sam, what's going on? How are you doing today?
Universal Music. I'm going to get a recording contract. I'm getting discovered.
Let me see. Let me crank it down a little bit until I start debate on this bill. Then I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let them debate.
Everybody. Okay, hey everybody, we're gonna do a little more testing before we come back in, just to make sure it's working. I promise not to call the question before we have a chance to re-engage in the debate. But we're just gonna do a little more testing. A little more, everybody.
I'm kind of glad they're testing right now and see what my connection does. Apparently it's bouncing around acting stupid again.
That is the question. Or is it that is the question? That is the question. That is the question. Test. Ready? We good? Not quite yet. Waiting 1 minute. Right. We are such stuff as dreams are made of.
Ron Gun, what's up, brother man?
Sleep. Line. So that's the actor's nightmare. That's conglomeration. All right, ready? All right, folks, we were neither on a senatorial 5 nor on a recess, so we are just simply back at it. And Senator Bright was speaking before we had our technical difficulties. So back to you, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Try this one more time from the top. Right. Today, we address a critical issue that's been silently eroding the very foundation of
so they're still on
in our workplaces. The unhealthy ones of unions, the reality that potentially 49% of some employee groups are having their hard-earned dollars via an agency fee from their paychecks without their consent.
So they're still on debate on this collective bargaining and union bill.
Pivotal role in American history, advocating for fair wages safe working conditions.
Sam, this is the bill that we're waiting on them to get to SB 25003, which would effectively ban all modern magazine fed semi-automatics. It is an absolute gun ban.
Are being trampled under the collective heel of your union bureaucracy.
So that's what we're waiting on.
Consented deductions is an uncomfortable truth. In many sectors, union dues or fees are being deducted from employees' paychecks without their explicit consent. This isn't about money. It's about autonomy and the right to choose where our earnings go. Imagine working hard every day, only to find that nearly half of your colleagues are having money taken out of their paychecks for causes or political activities they might not support, simply because they're part of the union.
Yeah, whole state of Colorado.
Freedom we were promised.
And they've been debating 005 pretty much all day that I've seen.
The Supreme Court's landmark ruling in Janus versus
And I think to a point, some of them are kind of trying to drag their feet in the 003, but they're fighting tooth and nail over 5 right now, because it would allow people to work without having to join unions. And of course, the Democrat Party is big union fans because unions support them. So I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't get to 003 before I could get home and actually start streaming it. But I damn sure didn't think they'd be stuck on 05 all day today. Ooh, and I got something cool as fuck coming up maybe next Tuesday. Trying to get it worked out. Oh, it's absolute horseshit, Sam. It really is. Last Friday we streamed it and they kicked the bill down the road to today. I'm kind of thinking they'll kick the bill down the road again, but there is a chance they will take a vote on this bill today and it could possibly get killed today. So we'll see. That's kind of why I was so interested to watch it today, is because there is a chance, and there are some Democrats saying they're not going to vote for it. Matter of fact, I was listening to another guy's show who's kind of apparently he's plugged into a lot of this in Colorado, and he said that one of the main sponsors of the bill didn't even show up today. So there's a really good chance Democrats are not going to have the vote to pass this bill, and it'll get shot down, which Colorado needs to shut it down. They're already, I think Colorado already has mag bans and some other stuff. So if this passed, this would be an absolute, just insanely tyrannical bill. So we'll see. We'll stick with them as long as I can today, and we'll see whether they vote on this thing today. Federally, looks like I think Tulsi Gabbard was confirmed yesterday, and RFK got confirmed today, and Democrats are losing their mind, and it's been awful fun to listen to. Yeah, they really should be able to ban the horse shit before it even starts, Sam, but Jesus Christ. The Colorado Constitution, more than likely, is like every other state constitution on the planet, or in the United States. It doesn't allow them to be able to do this kind of horse shit constitutionally. It doesn't. There's not a single state constitution that allows the state government to go in and try to ban firearms. So we'll see. Anyway, I'll be back. Just say I'm listening, but I'll be back in a second. I got to kind of mute for a sec.
Because when workers thrive, so do the local businesses that are at the heartbeat of our communities. Just as we champion the freedom to choose in our workplaces, let's also champion the freedom to choose where we shop, dine, invest, ensuring that our local mom and pop shops aren't just surviving, but flourishing alongside our empowered workforce. I'm a math guy. I still can't comprehend how this body, with 51% of its members consenting, can override a rule specifically implementing a high bar supermajority rule of 75%. It seems to me that the high bar supermajority was intentional to protect citizens from outright theft by a simple majority. If we were going to remove the second vote, we should implement this high bar supermajority to the first vote to account for the attempt of wage theft. Consider the perspective of Little Man Ice Cream, a beloved local business in Colorado. The owner shared their fears about this bill with me. I've devoted my career to the restaurant industry in Colorado, serving my community. Unions are targeting this industry more and more.
Yep.
We face
Az is back.
challenges and are watching restaurants close.
But next Tuesday night, probably about 7 o'clock, looks like. We're trying to finalize it. I got an interview I'm trying to put together with the authors from a couple book series that I absolutely love. Science fiction, military, sci-fi, freaking excellent books. And I am excited as fuck to talk to these dudes.
For us to listen to the voices within our community. This firsthand account reveals how our decision will affect small businesses and the workers they
It'll be completely different than anything I've ever done on this channel, and it should be an absolute hoot.
The spirit of entrepreneurship and opportunity isn't stifled, but is nurtured in our state. The strength of America lies in its people's freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of association, and freedom of personal finance. Unions, when healthy and democratically run,
Let me see.
but when they overstep, when they take without asking, they become something else entirely. Let's commit today to fight for a system where every worker can choose to support or not support.
Hopefully, I get some stuff in before the interview.
Informed, transparent consent. This is not just about.
But I am excited as hell and practically fanboying about possibly getting this done next Tuesday.
We owe it to our workers, to our economy, and to our democratic values.
MB or Mr. B, what's up, brother man? Just getting up. What they vote?
Not compulsion.
I don't know. I don't think they voted on cash today. They voted on RFK today, from what I understood, and they got RFK voted in. So they're still arguing over cash. I was just about to check some stuff.
Senator Rich.
But they're losing their minds right now. They got Tulsi voted in yesterday. The hearing for the education secretary was today. I didn't get to stream that, and I didn't get to stream a lot of shit today because I was at work and was busy. But
of the collective bargaining process and bringing significant economic uncertainty to the state of Colorado.
it's like the hearing on censorship yesterday. I would have loved to stream that. I haven't finished listening to all of it yet, but it was freaking great.
The Grand Junction Chamber of Commerce opposes this bill as well, and the Fruita Area Chamber of Commerce opposes this bill also. And they state this bill would modify Colorado labor laws by eliminating the requirement for a second election to negotiate a union security agreement. The bill removes several provisions related to the process of establishing and maintaining all union agreements, also known.
Not been a C-SPAN yet. Yeah, I was just getting to it myself. I haven't. Today was first, or now was first time I've been over there today to check anything.
Or revoke an existing union security agreement. This bill is written. The Fruita Chamber of Commerce opposes, which removes the second election requirement upon.
Yeah, today is Cash Patel's 7th day. Remember, they hung his confirmation vote up, I think, for 7 days when it came up last time. So who knows? It could be tomorrow. I'm not seeing it yet, but I'm expecting it to be probably first part of next week for his confirmation. So we'll see. We'll see where that lands.
This could discourage expansion.
I am
and
definitely
increase
excited as hell about next
500
Tuesday night though,
Fairfax.
because
I have heard from two
if we get it nailed down,
Grand
interviewing these
Junction
authors is going to be
a move to a
insanely
friendlier-
cool.
A business-friendlier state, should this bill pass.
You guys have heard me talk about the Galaxy's Edge books and stuff before.
I'm
Or at least a lot of you
sorry
guys
you
have.
lost your
And
job because of
shit.
this bill. I'm asking for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again,
oh, it's going to get bumpy when he gets in, and it's going to be hysterical to watch.
you know, a few sessions ago, there was the ag worker bill. And
What exactly did Pam do last night, man?
In the 40s and 50s, not on current day, but nevertheless, it was passed party line.
Just in case I absolutely missed it, but I know Pam's on the move with a lot of stuff,
Down in the valley, and vegetable growers.
and it,
Up in Weld County and.
as little as I trust her, it looks like she's getting in there and she's going to be wrecking some stuff. So I'm down for it there for sure.
007.
Amendment L007, amend printed bill, strike everything below
Senator
the
Pelton. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So they skip 003.
Agriculture is a unique industry. You know, that's one industry.
Oh yeah, for the Sanctuary City stuff. Yeah,
Wholesale, and the pressure that bill from a couple sessions.
that's
ago
going to be fun to watch too.
is just
It really is.
unforgivable.
I am here
I think
for the
this-
show
this
when it comes to that.
A good one.
And it's about time these idiots got taken to task.
To
But-
help our agricultural producers that depend.
So hold on, Colorado.
Come to this country to make as much money as they can in as short a time as they can and send it back home. So I would like to have. some-
Hopefully my connection doesn't go stupid because I'm looking.
I'd ask for yes on 0.
Excuse me, looking this up
Further discussion? Seeing-
because I thought it was supposed to go from 005 to 003.
Senator Catlin. Senator Langston, is this for the amendment or the bill? Senator Catlin, go ahead. Senator Catlin, please proceed. Thank you.
The judge and his wife got 56 mil.
Some of you may not know me, some of you do. I'm from an ag community. The district that I represent.
Man,
is solidly agriculture. We do have some of the prettiest pictures in the state of Colorado over in the 5th district, but we also have some of the best agriculture.
you really and truly, man. I wish we were making this shit up. I wish we
I'm
were.
very proud of them. One
But-
of the things that's happening to agriculture right now is labor is under attack. We cannot continue to treat agriculture as though it's a factory. We don't check in. at
It
7
is.
in the morning and
This
then
stuff coming out of
6 in the
USAID
afternoon.
has been
Planting,
absolutely insane.
harvesting, the clock does not really matter. What we've
9
been trying
a.m.
to
Senate
do is
calendar.
Explain to some of our urban and suburban members of the legislature that we need.
Where
to have a
is?
Situation where agriculture will keep track of the time. We've never shorted anybody on time. Take care of those people.
Yeah, Stephen King couldn't make this shit up. Yeah,
So that we can harvest the
It's-
crop on nature's time rather than the factory time. We are suffering because.
So where
many
did-
operations
hold on.
in agriculture that
because
are
hearing items
higher
for today were 005, which is what they've been debating all day, 003, which is a bill we're waiting on,
higher
and somehow they're on the what 007 right now. Come on.
That's one of the problems with agriculture in the state of Colorado is we're having a hard time finding people that can do the work and that will do the work. So when we do find them, we take very good care of them. And these insinuations that we don't, sometimes it's hard to put up with. But this amendment,
Tom Clancy too. May he rest in peace. Yeah,
I would ask you for a yes vote on 0.
I'm pretty sure that
does have the right number.
The guys that I'm going to try to have on next Tuesday, as good of writers as they are, couldn't have come up with this.
Please, I'd like a yes vote on.
With the crap we're seeing right now.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment L007. I do not come from an agricultural district. In fact, there are ranches and farms.
Yeah, dude, if people don't seriously freaking suffer the consequences of their actions with this stuff, yeah, stick a fork in it, man. It's just done. People are never going to wake up. Never, ever going to wake up.
A very fair amendment.
This stuff coming out of Doge, when you're looking at the CIA funding civil unrest inside the United States through USAID, if this doesn't wake people up, then nothing. Which if COVID didn't wake people up, nothing will.
And if I've said it once, I've said it several times, that we really need to give special consideration, or at least some consideration, to the agricultural community. Their costs and their ability to find good labor has been talked about again and again. And they themselves are not, and myself, we're not against unions. We're just trying to take this bill and make it a little more pliable and to better fit the needs of the agricultural community. So
See,
I think what they're attempting to do here with Amendment 007 is fair and reasonable, and I would encourage and I vote for L007. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carson.
it's L007 or
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr.
talking
Chair.
about now.
I don't want to be redundant, and I'm probably not going to challenge it. I think there's an argument that this is the same argument that we had before, but there's an argument on both sides. So I'll let the debate go, but it seems pretty unfair that we're carving out winners and losers in a policy, and I asked for no vote, but just wanted to.
And now, Senator Carson.
Dude, I don't know whether we ever see it.
Yeah, I want to speak.
It needs to go that far, brother, but I don't see it going that far. But I will, however, be happy as hell if it does go that far. Because there are politicians in this country that absolutely should be in prison, along with a lot of people who are so-called government servants, for the crap that's going on.
So as you can imagine, we don't have a huge amount of farming and ranching in my district, but I still think this is a very important amendment.
Dude, I hope you're right, man.
Anything we can do in this bill to improve it into
I hope to God you're right.
industry is a positive. I'll just mention a few statistics here. In 2022, Colorado's agriculture industries generated $9.4 billion in cash receipts.
Yeah, and that's 100% true.
$47 billion to the Colorado economy each year.
People still running around thinking our government is freaking
Is that agriculture employs
somehow represented by the people. Our government is working for the betterment of the people. Sheesh, dude.
Unionization is potentially going to
Not even close.
on the agriculture industry, and I think an excellent way to improve the bill.
Working to make slaves out of everybody and nothing but tax-paying batteries for the system. Yeah, that's exactly what our government's been doing.
This amendment, and I will enthusiastically support it.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, folks. I come from a farming and
I honestly think they're dragging their feet trying to get to 003 right now.
those statistics that were cited about the number of workers across the state that drive this industry are the reason that I would urge a no vote on this measure. If and when any of those workers
There should have been way more people awake when all the COVID stuff, the 6 foot rule, the masks, and all the other horse shit. When you had people getting arrested for not wearing a mask, there should have been more people awake then. There should have been.
I'm not interested in abandoning those workers if they feel that this is the right step for them. So I urge a no vote. The amendment just excludes ag workers. It institutes a second election for all workers except ag. So for those reasons, I urge a no vote. Thanks.
Senator Pelton.
I don't know, Sam. I'm kind of waiting to see what they do here. And then it just kind of depends on a few other things tonight, how everything goes.
Like their input on this.
If they shoot down this bill, if they come back and they do the same thing they did last week and just kick the bill down, yeah, I'll probably just kill this, open up the floor, and then we'll sit around and shoot the shit.
Because the reasons I stated, you know, it is an industry that buys retail and sells wholesale. And there's no way to get around that. Unless you go completely to niche markets, which if you're a large farm, like the farm I used to farm with my brother, 5,000 acres, we couldn't sell all of our products that way. So this amendment isn't picking winners and losers. It is actually carving out an industry that right now is forecast to have very low earnings, and their expenses are continuing to rise, but their income is going down. So these farmers, they take care of their employees very well. So I urge a yes vote on 007.
Senator Simpson. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make a couple comments. Like I did want to have the conversation, and I don't think it's right to carve out specific industries in this. It's like, you know, we can have an argument. Second, public sector is completely different, and the AFSCME fight was a public sector fight versus a private sector fight. But when we passed the ag labor law, which, you know, it was going to, as every bill here is going to end the world as we know it, there has been one organizing deal done in the ag industry, and that was for a marijuana grow house, which is a weirder conversation. Federally, ag is marijuana. Statewide, it's not. But it's a weird conversation. But ag already has a higher threshold already to organize, and it's decided by the Department of Labor. So it's just another higher burden to never do, and I don't think that's a fair opportunity for workers to have a voice. So I just wanted to put some points of clarification out there for you. Ask for no vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues, and the millions watching online. It thought it would be important to actually read, oh yeah, it's actually working, but actually read the amendment for you so you know what's in the language of the amendment, because we're talking about Title 8, Article 3, Section 108, what are unfair labor practices. And I'll try to highlight for you, a lot of this is existing.
Looks like it may not be next Tuesday for that stream. Chessboard, what's going on, my brother? How are you?
It's an unfair labor practice for an employer, individually or in concert with others, to, one, encourage or discourage membership in a labor organization, employee agency, committee, association, or representation.
Yeah, no problem, Mr. B. Man, pop in anytime, brother. You know you always welcome.
Tenure or other terms or conditions of employment.
So yeah, it looks like the interview next Tuesday may get scheduled to Thursday or possibly the week after. The author had a business meeting pop up or get rescheduled, so we might reschedule the interview. But either way, I don't care. I will wait to talk to these dudes. Matter of fact, I talked to the buddy of mine who got me hooked on their books. I talked to him today. He come by the shop. We were shooting a breeze. And it was like, yeah, you started this.
An election provided for in this subsection 1C, conducted under the supervision of the director.
All right, let me disappear for just a sec. Let me check on my kiddo.
The bargaining unit involved is currently organized under Section 8 or 9 of the National Labor Relations Act,
or where the collective bargaining unit involved is currently recognized by reason of certification by the director or the National Labor Relations Board, or where such units were so recognized at the time of election provided for in this subsection 1C, there is and shall be deemed to have been no need for a certification election as a precedent to an election provided for in this subsection 1C. In such collective bargaining unit on the issue of an all-union agreement, the employees in such a recognized or certified unit within this state shall be the only employees eligible to vote in an election provided for in this subsection 1C held in such units. So that's all section 1, paragraph 1, with just the one addition of agriculture in that section. Paragraph 2, an agreement as defined in Title 8, Article 3, Section 104, 1.5 between, here's an addition, an agricultural employer and a labor organization in existence on June 29th, 1977 that has not been voted upon by the employees covered by it may, by written mutual agreement of the agricultural, that's new, the agricultural employer and labor organization, be ratified, and upon such ratification shall be filed with the director. An agreement as defined in Section 83104 1.5 between, an addition here, an agricultural employer and a labor organization in existence on June.
So they are dragging their feet. They're killing me right now.
Has not been ratified and filed as provided in this subsection.
Get to the bill. I want to see it voted up, down, whatever. Come on.
Or enforceable during the remaining term of that labor contract, unless and until either that, here's an addition, the agricultural employer, the labor organization, or at least 20
Just trying to check
employees covered by such
another guy or two that's streaming this, and it looks like they're in the same holding pattern we're in right now.
submitting the question of the all-union agreement to the employees covered by the agreement, and the agreement is approved by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of all the employees eligible to vote, or 3/4 or more of the employees who actually voted, whichever is greater, by secret ballot.
They could, because I know there's people waiting to testify on this bill.
1C conducted under the supervision of the director. Subparagraph
And it
B.
really and truly looks like they're just trying to drag this thing out till
Director shall certify that the agreement, here's new language,
everybody freaking gets tired of waiting.
organization complies with section 83104 1.5, notwithstanding the absence of any other election requirements of this Article 3. And by virtue of the ratification and certification, the agreement shall be deemed legal, valid, and enforceable to the extent permitted under this Article 3, subject to.
Let me see something.
2B of this section. The director shall declare an all-union agreement terminated whenever the director finds the labor organization involved has unreasonably refused to receive as a member an employee of the employer, and an interested individual may come before the director as provided in 831.
So it looks like Kash Patel did get his vote to go to the Senate.
A couple more places where we've changed the existing statute, changed the employer to an agricultural employer, or try the all-union agreement, file a petition with the director on forms provided.
Oh, here we go with the screwy ass connection again.
The all-union agreement, and in an election conducted under the supervision of the director,
Yeah, here we go with the screwy connection again.
of all the employees eligible to vote, or 3/4 or more of the employees who actually voted, whichever is greater. In the election by secret ballot in favor.
I've still got to see whether an updated modem will help with this shit, or whether it's just freaking.
Days before the end of the collective bargaining agreement, or
I'll tell you what. While we're waiting for this to pop up in Colorado, let's do this. Let's look at Kash Patel's vote from today. Because they're still.
In the Trump administration. This comes after the vote was postponed for 1 week. Live coverage on C-SPAN 3.
I'm gonna try to keep an eye on Colorado in the background and see whether they switch to.
Cash Patel's nomination to serve as Director of FBI.
If they get to SB 003,
The Fentanyl Act, because the Halt Fentanyl Act is listed on the agenda for the first time, it'll be held over until our next meeting. Last week, committee Democrats exercised their right under the committee rules to hold Patel's nomination for 7 days. Obviously, we had to honor that hold from last week. So today is the day that we vote on this nominee. Now, we all know that Mr. Patel, like other nominees, undergo vetting. He's no exception. Before his hearing, he produced more than 1,000 pages of records, disclosed over 1,000 interviews. He underwent
okay, I know what that is.
background investigation, produced a financial disclosure, and worked with ethics officials to identify and resolve potential conflicts of interest. At his hearing, he answered questions for more than 5 hours and provided 147 pages of responses.
So we're gonna switch over. We're gonna watch this for a little bit, and I'm gonna keep an eye on Colorado and see whether they go to 003.
He's been subjected to relentless attacks on his whole period of time. Now, what we've learned from
If they go to 003, I'm gonna switch back over to Colorado because we're gonna watch any kind of testimony they got coming up.
His whole career fighting for righteous causes.
They should have a bunch of people waiting to testify in Colorado right now.
Representing the accused against the power of the state. He's been a congressional staffer investigating the
So we will see how this goes.
of our legal system.
I know Crumpy and everybody's live right now. Again, it's another time where I'm going to have to catch the replays on their shows.
Foreign enemies. He's received support from former FBI agents, former federal and state prosecutors, and organizations representing more than
Freaking
680,000.
I know a couple people hell, they've been live all day waiting for this bill to pop up.
Resume, his accomplishments,
Which hell, I've been there before waiting all day for something to come through.
why he's the best person for this job. Mr. Patel should be considered our next FBI director because the FBI has been infected by political bias and weaponized against the American people. Mr. Patel knows it. Mr. Patel exposed it. And Mr. Patel has targeted for it. And I've got plenty of examples to show what's wrong with the FBI. Mr. Patel.
Shit, we all got examples on what's wrong with the FBI.
Crossfire Hurricane. He showed during that
And the ATF and the CIA and
Democratic National Committee funded false allegations.
IRS, pretty much any federal
President
agency.
Trump, that the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation hid information from the FISA court to wiretap a presidential campaign, and then an FBI lawyer lied in the process. As reward for his efforts to uncover this truth.
Yeah, DEA too. Yeah, absolutely.
And the Department of Justice secretly subpoenaed his records.
I mean, pick a federal agency, and you will see way more abuses of the American people than so-called keeping the American people safe.
Sadly, as I've said at Mr. Patel's hearing, Crossfire Hurricane is but one example.
But no,
Recent
we're
FBI misconduct.
programmed from a very young age
The
to,
FBI targeted traditional.
hey, the
Christian
government's
families
here and it's here to help,
and
and
concerns of parents
yeah,
for
not so
political
much.
reasons. The FBI
The ones that
court
kill me are the ones
with
that get old
social
enough to
media
actually see this shit, and then
platforms
they never
to
ask questions.
suppress the Hunter Biden laptop
They drive me
scandal.
crazy.
The FBI conducted an unprecedented raid
War on drugs, war on hunger, war on this, war on that.
in an act of
Well,
partisan
drugs have won the
warfare.
war. Hunger is still kicking
In
ass.
just the last few days,
So
we've
how
heard
about we
unconfirmed reports that someone at the
let
FBI
private
may
people
have
be private
illegally
and
leaked
industry handle the
information
shit and
about
get government the hell out of the
upcoming
way.
ICE raids, putting the lives of ICE agents at risk. If true, the betrayal can't be overstated. The FBI has fallen into really old habits and is long overdue for massive reform.
None of that's the thing that kills me. None of these agencies can be reformed.
That's why he's being attacked so viciously right now.
They're too far. You can't reform cancer.
Had a hearing. Committee members.
It can't be done.
Mr. Patel by these adjectives: dishonest, untrustworthy, lacking in character, a wolf at the door, a conspiracy theorist, a staunch political loyalist, and lastly, a nightmare. Since his nomination was announced, committee Democrats have
Shit,
sent at
anything
least
that
11 letters to 11
threatens
different
government
individuals
power and authority is a
and
nightmare
parties,
to the swamp. So
demanding records and urging investigation into Mr. Patel. Each letter breathlessly accuses Mr. Patel of something new, often citing quote unquote highly credible anonymous sources
yeah.
that don't fit the facts. Some accused him of not following hostage rescue protocol.
Well, damn, it'd help if I'd actually hit
Others
send on that
suggested
message,
he
wouldn't
is
it?
secretly directing FBI personnel decisions, and some accused him of promoting conspiracy theories. The purpose of this campaign is quite obvious. Throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks. I'm not falling for it, and I don't believe the American people will likewise. These attacks are unfair. This harassment unwarranted. They show that Mr. Patel won't receive fair consideration from the opposition, and they're directed at a nominee who served his country during both Democratic and Republican administrations. I expect we'll hear more unfair attacks and character smears today, but I'd like to point out a few egregious ones that we've already heard. One of my colleagues suggested that Mr. Patel called the police officers that protected the Capitol on January 6th cowards in uniform, end of quote, or quote unquote. Now, this is completely false. Anyone can listen to this same interview that he gave to hear what he actually said. He said senior Pentagon leadership who failed to mobilize the National Guard were quote unquote cowards in uniform. His comments had absolutely nothing to do with the people in blue. Mr. Patel has also been accused of mismanaging hostage rescue missions, particularly one in Africa. But numerous national security officials, including General Tata, who was directly involved, have said it is quote unquote irresponsible to say Mr. Patel jeopardized the mission and that Mr. Patel, quote, played a large role in the success of the mission, unquote. Mr. Patel has also been accused of having an enemies list. Mr. Patel does not call his.
But shit, give me 5 minutes, dude. I can come up with one of those.
List, and he said,
Hell, I don't even need
it
5
is
minutes.
not about political revenge. He believes, as I believe, that those who have abused their positions in government should be called out for breaking the public trust. It's very clear that my Democrat colleagues made their mind out long before he was given an opportunity to be heard. And now my colleagues attack Mr. Patel and demand that he come back before this committee to answer for reforms and personnel changes that the Trump administration has begun at the FBI. Of course, it's outrageous, as we all know, to suggest that a nominee should come before the Senate to answer questions for an agency's action that occurred before he gets to be head of that agency. But more importantly, FBI reforms and yes, even firings are needed. The Trump administration is cleaning house at the FBI because the FBI is and has been for years infected with political bias and whistleblower retaliation, and I've got a lot to say about
Dude,
that.
the way Democrats act these days, I so want to fast forward past him and just get to the Democrats. But
who's been affected by FBI misconduct to be given.
Colorado's still talking about 005. So
take some time sharing statements from whistleblowers who were
we still hanging waiting on Colorado, kids.
That Trump has recently fired. Now, I'd like to have the White House and my Republican colleagues take note of this, because I think some of these people should be reinstated.
If anybody who's stepping in is not in chat, see numbers fluctuating. We're still waiting on Colorado. They're still talking about another bill, so we're in the
like a skunk at a picnic. And I hope
federal
my
Senate right now, just kind of waiting.
We'll learn a lesson about how the FBI has previously treated whistleblowers, both under Republican administrations and Democrat administrations, so that we don't have this happening again. One whistleblower said, quote, "People like these have harmed the noble mission of the Bureau. They've created turmoil, and their personal agenda has spread throughout."
Look, just because you write a mission statement down and you make it sound good doesn't mean the overall so-called mission of the FBI is noble, because it's not.
Not tomorrow, but right now, end of quote. Remember, he said the last decade.
If you're not following Legally Armed, he's about to go live in just a little bit too. I think he'll go live at 6. Crump and Rich are live now, so
had oversight and approval authority over
if you don't want to hang out, watch this boring stuff, I'm sure they got something better going on.
Of alleged basis for opening an investigation of this magnitude and political significance, the failure to raise an objection must less critically assess Thibault's motives alone should be grounds for dismissal. End of quote. And for my Democrat colleagues, you've heard me talk about Thibault for the last 2 years. One of the few people that I ever know that Ray fired for doing things wrong. And I had to point that out to him. Now pay attention to this one. A third FBI whistleblower said, quote, "On January 6, 2021, I took leave and went to see the president speak on the ellipse. Later, my wife and I were among a crowd southwest of the Capitol. Even though we were involved in no violence, never set foot on the steps of the leading to the Capitol building, and never entered it, I self-reported my presence to the FBI after seeing violence in the news reports. the FBI did nothing at first, but more than a year later, suspended my security clearance. Under supervision of Jeff Veltri and Dina Perkins, investigators questioned.
Yeah, Sam, it's not to say that everybody that works for these agencies is bad, because there's a lot of good people who believe they're supposed to be, say this, they believe they're supposed to be doing the right thing at these agencies.
Opportunities due to
The
FBI
agency as a whole, though, is a
systems to
cancer.
target me for my political beliefs. End of quote. Now you're going to hear
I mean,
these
it's
names, Jeff Beltry and Dina Perkins.
most all these federal agencies shouldn't even exist.
But they're obviously not very good people.
But there are some true believers in these agencies that really do think, and they really do try to do good. I'm not saying they don't. There's some really good people who think they're doing the right thing working at the ATF.
By FBI senior leaders, particularly by Jeff.
I think they are absolutely wrong about most things, but they do it at the very least. They think they're doing the right thing.
Because I spoke out against these abuses, Perkins and Timothy.
They're not
Brennan
absolutely evil. They don't.
suspended my security clearance, costing me my job and continuing employment, totaling
They didn't get into. I'll say this. They didn't get into it to screw people over and be tyrants. They didn't.
A fifth.
Do I think that's exactly how it operates? Pretty much every single time, yeah. I mean, there are guys who actually have in the ATF taken out some violent people, which is what they need to focus on.
They weren't alone. Timothy Dunham.
However, are they part of the system that puts people who are not a threat to society and not a threat to others in prison? Yes. So
remain within the security and integrity and investigation section.
they
continue this abuse of the process.
So I'll say some of the people kind of get a pass. The agency as a whole doesn't.
Quote,
just like some people that work in other parts of the federal government think they're doing the right thing. They're trying to do the right thing. Does the entire federal government get a pass on their crimes? No, they don't. There are true believers that work for the CIA that have absolutely tried to foment civil unrest inside the United States, thinking they're doing the right thing. They still don't get a pass.
Officials prevented me from having other income, although the FBI ultimately reinstated my clearance and settled my lawsuit.
Go.
My career at the FBI was over, and the financial and emotional damage to me and my family will never be complete.
As much as we can't stand them most of the time, there's some anti-gun people who are 100% bought in on the idea that somehow their gun control laws are a good for society as a whole.
After I was assigned to review Marcus Allen's security clearance,
they still don't get a pass.
I noticed the file was missing relatively. I'm going to start this quote over. After I was assigned to review Marcus Allen's security clearance case, I noticed the file was missing relative.
All right, Colorado Senate is apparently taking a break.
The opening of the case. Dina Perkins and FBI
No, they're back now. My stream was running a little behind, but they still haven't got to 003 yet, so we'll see. As soon as they take it up, we'll bounce back over there.
Shortly after I completed the vast majority of work on the communication recommending Allen's reinstatement, the Allen case.
Sam, if you're still in, which games you playing right now, man?
To another adjudicator, and I was transferred to a different unit apparently in reprisal for reporting the wrongdoing in the Allen suspension. I soon resigned from the FBI to avoid further retaliation. I believe that Beltry, Perkins, and Gibbs were responsible for retaliating against Allen, and that Giuliani, Arzini, Perkins, and Gibbs were likely responsible for from FBI whistleblower Garrett O'Boyle. Quote, I faced retaliation from junior, mid, and senior level, unquote, leaders in the FBI. More than 29 months later, I'm still indefinitely suspended without pay and benefits. Other whistleblowers have since confirmed that the FBI intentionally stranded me in the middle of a move and withheld our possessions to maximize the pain of my suspension. A new era of accountability and true whistleblower protection to the FBI is long overdue. FBI officials like Sean Clark, Sean Fitzgerald, Jeff Berkebile, Dina Perkins, Jeff Beltry, Jennifer Moore, Michael Snyders, Timothy Dunham, and other leadership up to Christopher Wray are responsible for what happened to me and my family, ensuring they no longer work at the FBI isn't retribution, it's responsible leadership. From FBI whistleblower Steve Friend, Jacqueline McGuire was promoted to upper echelons of the FBI after sending federal agents to arrest nonviolent Catholic pro-life protester Mark Houck at gunpoint. As someone who lost my career by blowing the whistle on these kinds of abuses and needlessly risky tactics for cooperative subjects, I was offended by her being rewarded rather than held accountable. Her dismissal is a small step towards ending the FBI's weaponization and should come sooner. End of quote. From FBI whistleblower Mike Zoomer, quote, after witnessing federal prosecutors favor a sexual predator district attorney who used the power of his office to sexually abuse vulnerable women, I reported their wrongdoing to the presiding federal judge. Although the allegations weren't classified, the FBI suspended and later revoked my security clearance. The U.S. attorney responsible for the misconduct was named by President Biden to lead the Department of Justice criminal investigation, and the FBI special agent in charge responsible for the FBI's retaliation against me was promoted to be the third highest FBI official. He soon retired after he harassed a young female subordinate. Meanwhile, I went through an 8-year process to be reinstated, only to have the Biden DOJ affirm the FBI's revocation of my security clearance in December 2024, finalizing my removal. See how removing a security clearance is a tool to retaliate and ruin people professionally. And lastly, I know you're tired of listening to this, so that's why I said, and lastly, from another FBI whistleblower, quote, I've watched the FBI become an institution, not quote unquote, of the people.
Yeah, dude, man, I haven't bought any new games in a while.
Quote unquote system and process and use it to their advantage.
I'm getting back into gaming now, so
I stand ready to help.
We'll see what comes up. I know I can't wait for the next Skyrim to come out. See what they do with any kind of Fallout's coming out.
anybody listen to these statements from the FBI.
I would. There's been some talk on X back and forth about a book series. The matter of fact, one of the ones I want to do an interview with the authors with, them doing a game, and man, I would love to freaking see it.
It's time to force them to recognize they answer to Congress and we the people, and those who retaliated against whistleblowers.
I need to find
by colleagues
a couple of my games, the last GTA game that I bought, and a couple others, and crank those up one day.
My Democratic,
because I really do love gaming.
To say he stands, he'd stand up to Trump. Well, these brave whistleblowers stood up to the last administration, and they suffered retaliation. So why aren't my Democrat colleagues running to defend them and demanding the wrongdoers be held accountable? This administration must hold the bad actors accountable, fire them if necessary, give whistleblowers their security clearance back. President Trump, I hope you hear that. Put them in a position they were in before they had their retaliation. President Trump, I hope you hear that. If you can hire people, you can reinstate people, President Trump. That's part of what this committee ought to be focused on. Solutions to the rampant weaponization and whistleblower retaliation. These are two issues that Kash Patel is perfectly suited to fix because he's lived those issues. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. After reviewing Kash Patel's record and meeting with him, questioning him at this hearing, I'm even more convinced that he has neither the experience, the judgment, nor the temperament to lead the FBI. A little history. 50 years ago, Frank Church led an effort to investigate the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They came up with a sweeping reform.
Yeah, man, a lot of games when they first come out,
Congress passed a law.
I'm not, even when I was into gaming real hard,
to a single term of 10 years.
I'd let games sit for a little while before I just ran out and snagged something.
These actions were taken specifically to ensure that FBI director
All right, brother.
is apolitical and is shielded from outside.
There we go. We'll pause it for a few. You're at the 11-minute mark. So, hell, where are we at? We're like 27:30. So, yeah, hell, tell you what. Let me open up just in case anybody's bouncing around there wants to come in and shoot shit. And again, we're still keeping an eye on Colorado. Hold on, let me check and see. Matter of fact, hold on, I'm kind of listening to what Colorado's doing. Here, we'll share this real quick.
Preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for the support and maintenance of departments of the state and state institutions.
Again, as always, guys, it's open floor, so anybody who wants to hit the link can hit it. And we'll let Mr. B catch up, and we'll see what Colorado's doing.
I have no issue with using them appropriately, but we have seen this scope creep. I've just seen it even in my short tenure in the legislature. And I would like to see us come back and use safety clauses appropriately. I would say that really the only real emergency that we have here is the onerous regulatory environment that we have created for our Colorado businesses. I think that's an emergency that we need to deal with. It is not that employees can't unionize today. They can.
All right, so they're still talking about this other bill.
And they can make that happen.
This bill is not necessary, and we need to keep Colorado competitive and affordable. I urge.
I really wasn't expecting Colorado to spend that much time on this other bill before they got to 003.
S004 to Senate Bill 5. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S004 to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes?
All right, so they're voting on it now.
Danielson, Mr. Majority Leader, Weissman, Cutter, Henriksen, Exum, Doherty.
So we'll see where they go.
Bridges, Snyder, Coker, Marchman, Sullivan, Gonzalez, Kip, Mobile, Judah, Winter, Ball, Michelson, Janae.
Hopefully my connection doesn't go stupid. I'm looking at something else real quick. And I really...
Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes.
Second.
Senator 5.
Yeah, they are, Sam. It's a crazy relationship that they have to where they want to defund police but also disarm people at the same damn time to leave people even more defenseless, and then they're going to scream for more police whenever the crime ramps up due to the fact that there's less police. It's I don't know. It's really hard to keep up with some of their let's quotation marks logic sometimes. It's the same and no different than a lot of things like they want to try to get passed in Alabama, where they talk about in one breath that law enforcement and their interactions with minorities and it's putting minorities in prison, yet they want to pass more laws that would put law enforcement in even more conflict with people, which will lead to more minorities getting hammered underneath these laws. It's just, Sam, you ain't the only one, brother. They fucking make my head hurt too. Which anybody who can have a rational, logical thought watching these people just, it's like having a damn aneurysm. It definitely makes your head hurt. Which is going to be, that's probably going to be one of the coolest things about
S004 to Senate Bill 5. We've already counted the votes. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, S004 is...
Yeah, Grassley goes for a while, brother. Said it was 20-something minutes in. Yeah, we were 27 minutes in. 27 and a half minutes. Grassley goes for a while.
Please read S005 to Senate Bill 5.
And he goes pretty damn hard. So...
Amendment S005, Senator Pelton be moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin floor amendment L003 to Senate Bill 5 did pass.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S005 to Senate Bill 005.
To the amendment, Senator Pelton B.
Wait a second.
Dude, Chuck's old ass can go after it some days, man. You got to give it to him.
Thank you. I forgot to.
And it has been a little while since he absolutely glitched and just froze.
Be a $1 million fine.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Because that has been known to happen.
Senator Ruggross, the majority leader's money. So there you go. All right, so Senate bill, or so this amendment, this Cal amendment, all it does is that it requires unions to be financially transparent with regards to fees assessed to unaffiliated workers. In the past, the absence of this accountability has resulted in non-union employees paying nearly identical contribution rates to union employees. Just provides transparency to the workers. It's actually the right of the employee to have this in section or 8-3-
Please read 007 to
Yeah,
Senate
I'll
Bill
just
5.
step that up. So they're still going on amendments.
Amendment
005.
Senator Pelton, I move to amend the report of the committee of the whole to show that the following lending floor amendment L007 to Senate Bill 5 did pass. Amend printed bill, strike everything below the enacting clause and substitute section 1 in Colorado Revised Statutes 83108, amend 1C Roman 1, 1C Roman 2, capital A, 1C Roman 2, cap B, and 1C Roman 3 as follows. 83108.
Now I say does just looking at the 005 they're going at right now, it does drive me absolutely insane to think that working in a state where, say, I don't want to be a member of a union, I'm not worried about being a member of the union, somehow I should have to pay dues to that union just to go to work. If I don't want to be a member of your goddamn club, why do I have to pay you dues? Just a question. That seems a little off to me. Let's put it that way. I'm going to try to be as polite as I can possibly be. But if I have the skills to do a job, I can pass whatever test that a company gives me to go to work in a certain field. I shouldn't have to then go around and pay dues to a group I don't even want to be part of just so I can go to work. Seen him go for 2 hours at one. Yeah. Luckily enough, he doesn't do that this time. Because yeah, I've seen Grassley go on for a while. And yeah, Sam, none of these laws are going to stop a goddamn thing. They're not. And it kills me because anytime there's been a bill that has been like a sentencing enhancement to where, say, someone steals a gun, instead of getting charged with a possible misdemeanor where they would get a very light sentence, probation, if anything, any kind of enhancement to that. All right, you back. So any kind of enhancement to that, Democrats always vote against it. They've always voted against any kind of enhancement for someone using a gun in a crime, in a violent crime, I should say. Hold on, let me unmute them, and then as long as they don't get to 003.
Rusty or tired. It's been a long day and we're just getting started. I move amendment S009 and ask for your affirmative vote.
Any discussion?
All right, so I'll keep an eye on them. Let's bounce back over to the judiciary over here. You guys let me know whether the sound's still good, because nope, I'm gonna have to restart this. Screen share. Because some of the times when I bounce from one to another, it always shuts down the audio. So let me know where the audio is still good on this.
Amasses the kind of power that J. Edgar Hoover, the founder of the FBI, exercised when he had wiretaps on Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights
Yeah, it
leaders
should be good.
and branded them as communist. For the last half century, this law has served its purpose. At Mr. Patel's hearing, one of my Republican colleagues suggested that consideration of an FBI director is a quote, shirts and skins game, quote unquote. That is clearly incorrect if you look at the record. I've served on this committee for more than 20 years. During the consideration,
The fact that he's
of
been there for
FBI
20 years is a
director nominations,
damn shame.
Bob Mueller twice, Comey, and Wray before this one. Each of these directors was a Republican, and I voted for all of them. Some game assured. What it boils down to is this agency should be above politics. What we've just heard from the chairman.
But they're not
is an
above politics. They've
invitation for
never been
political
above
free-for-all
politics.
If Kash Patel is chosen as the head of this FBI. I will not be surprised when
Here, let me
Republican colleagues
do
again
this.
claim that the Democrats have weaponized the FBI, as we've already heard, despite the fact for the last 50 years, every single Senate-confirmed head of the FBI has been a Republican. Even former Chris Wray, former director, has been a frequent target of outrage. My Republican colleagues conveniently never mention that Director Wray is a lifelong Republican, nominated to the position by Republican President Donald Trump, and confirmed to the position, get this, with the unanimous support of Senate Republicans. Unanimous. As a
Yeah,
reminder, President
doing
Biden kept
serious
Director
damage to
Wray,
the country.
a Republican appointed by President Trump, in that position. But because he did not do his bidding, President Trump forced Wray out and nominated Mr. Patel, an inexperienced loyalist to the Trump administration. It turns out that Mr. Patel is already seeking retribution on behalf of President Trump, despite his status as a private citizen. As I revealed earlier this week, multiple whistleblowers have disclosed to my staff highly credible information indicating that Mr. Patel, a civilian, is personally directing the ongoing purge of senior law enforcement officials at the FBI. The ramifications of these terminations are dangerous and they go beyond Mr. Patel's fitness for office. This purge has greatly weakened the FBI's ability to protect the country from national security threats and made America less safe. This week, I invited the head of the organization that represents FBI agents to come to my office and talk to me about the morale at the FBI. Two women came and visited with me. Both of them had served as FBI agents for long periods of time, one for 22 years and another for 17 years, and they both were proud to tell me their fathers were FBI agents before them. They said to me they have never seen this kind of thing happen in the transition of one president to another when it comes to the FBI. There is only one person nominally and officially who is political at the FBI, the director. All the others are professional and career employees. One political person. But now there's been requests from this administration, for example, to produce the names of all of the agents and staff at the FBI who worked on the January 6th insurrection mob that assaulted the Capitol. Think about that for a second. 38,000 employees at the FBI. How many do you think worked on that case? 5,000 names. 5,000 names they want to disclose. It's understandable that these FBI agents are worried. They realize that the people who were
Man, I
engaged
thought
in
he was
mob
there
action on
before
the Capitol, many
Obama.
of them were dangerous people, despite the full pardon given to them by Donald Trump.
Or was he
Let me
another
tell you
one that
about
was
one
in
of
the
them,
House
just to give you an
before he
example.
moved to the Senate?
And if you question whether the FBI agents should be reluctant to have their identities,
Because I think he's
and the
just been on
identities
this
of their
committee
families
for
made
20
public,
years.
his name was Guy Reffitt. He was the first defendant to stand trial on charges related to January 6th. Sentenced to 87 months in prison for bringing a firearm into the Capitol that day. Reffitt's 19-year-old son, Jackson, turned him into law enforcement after the attack. Jackson also indicated that Reffitt had threatened to shoot him.
Oh, wait a second. I didn't hear
and his
about a
sister Peyton
single person
if they report
that was
him to
convicted of
authorities.
having a gun
After
in the
receiving a pardon from
Capitol
President
that
Trump,
day.
Reffitt attended Kash Patel's Senate Judiciary Committee meeting in this room. He posted on social media the following, and I quote, "Present and in support of Kash Patel as the leftist commies continue to spew lies, misinformation, and disinformation, my man, Clean House Cash. We are inviting a political disaster if we put Cash Patel into this job.
I do not give
Can
a
you
shit
imagine having
about
to
a
work for the
political
FBI
disaster.
all your life, taking an oath that you're ready to give your life in defense of this country, be involved in all of the assignments that you were assigned to, and then comes a new president, Donald Trump, and wants
Okay,
to
that's
see
what I
your
thought. I
name
knew he had been up there a
you were
lot
one of the
longer
people who was involved in the January 6th investigation.
than when Obama
The
came in.
largest criminal investigation in the history of the United States. I think this is outrageous. If we have respect for these agents, show it. To invite this political warfare that's been described already this morning is to the detriment of the men and women who are risking their lives for us in this agency. We have a list here of 6 executive assistant directors who have been purged already from the FBI. I asked the FBI agents, has this ever happened before with a new president? No, never happened before. These are top FBI officials who oversaw the FBI's work combating international and domestic terrorism, cybercrime, drug trafficking, and violent crime. In the FBI's long history, this has never happened before. Keep in mind, one political appointee, the director, all others career. The leaders who've been forced out are all career FBI officials who've worked their way up in the ranks and have decades of experience. And that's only the beginning. Acting Director, Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove, apparently acting at Mr. Patel's direction, has asked for a list of FBI personnel who worked on any matters relating to the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. He is the transition leader, or was a transition leader for the Trump administration. Meanwhile, 1,600, including one of the individuals I just described to you, January 6 defendants who were given blanket pardon by Trump are on the loose. Think about that. A man who brought the gun into the Capitol, 87-month sentence, blanket pardon by Donald Trump, and now they wanted full disclosure of the names of the FBI agents who were involved in this case. It is outrageous that these sworn FBI agents, who were simply doing the jobs assigned to them, now fear for their livelihoods and their safety and the safety of their families. It is unacceptable for a nominee with no role in government to personally direct the unjustified, potentially illegal firing of dedicated, nonpartisan FBI officials. And if these allegations are true, Mr. Patel has come dangerously close to perjury before this Senate Judiciary Committee. Why do I say that? During the hearing, when he was asked about possible terminations of the FBI by Senator Booker, Mr. Patel said, I don't know what's going on right now over there. Mr. Patel seems to be unable to wait for Senate confirmation to carry out his plan of retribution on behalf of President Trump. This is a private citizen, Patel, with no role in government, allegedly directing baseless firings of career public servants, and then misleading this committee about his actions. Given the serious nature of these allegations, I've asked the DOJ Inspector General to investigate. I urge my Republican colleagues to take these allegations seriously. I know you want to be loyal to your president. I know you want to vote for all of his nominations. I know none of you want to call from Elon Musk reminding you what he might do to somebody who votes the wrong way. But this really gets down to the heart of the future of an agency that is critical to the security of this nation. This is not the only time Mr. Patel misled the committee under oath. At his hearing, he implausibly told me he could not recall the name Stu Peters, an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier. Patel under oath said, I can't recall his name. This is simply not credible, considering that Mr. Patel appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 times. Couldn't pick the name out of it. Stu Peters? No, I don't think I know that man. 8 times. And Mr. Peters has since revealed that he and Mr. Patel directly communicate via their personal cell phones, quote, constantly, close quote. Stu Peters? Say the name again? Don't recognize it. Mr. Patel also claimed he didn't have anything to do with the recording of the so-called January 6th prison choir. Those who were convicted of assaulting people and trespassing on the United States Capitol on January 6th. Here's what he told Steve Bannon, and I quote, "We got this idea to record the January 6th prisoners who recite the national anthem every night from the DC prison. Then we took that to the studio, so we mastered and digitized it." And he said he had nothing to do with it under oath. Mr. Patel has demonstrated a lack of sound judgment by associating with extremist figures like Mr. Peters, who have well-documented histories of racist, anti-Semitic, and conspiratorial statements. But now, somehow, my colleagues on the other side are silent. Mr. Patel clearly lacks the temperament to lead the FBI. Don't take it from me. Read his own words. I wonder if any of my Republican colleagues accepted my invitation to read this book, and I did read it. Government Gangsters. In this book, Mr. Patel published an enemies list of 60 people whom he calls, quote, members of the deep state, whatever the hell that is, and accuses of being, quote, corrupt actors of the first order. This list includes many distinguished public servants, both Democrats and Republicans alike. What they share in common is the misfortune of having crossed paths with Patel. There's one of them I'm going to highlight, and many of the people on the panel know him, Bob Mueller. Bob Mueller is an extraordinary man. Yes, he's a Republican. Yes, I voted for him to be director of the FBI. He finished his college career and enlisted in the Marine Corps to serve in Vietnam. He received a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star for his combat duty. Came back, worked as a prosecutor, worked his way up in the Department of Justice, and became the director of the FBI. He took over just days after 9/11. I worked with him for years. I respect him completely, and we all should respect him, if for nothing else, his service to our country in combat in Vietnam. And now he is on the enemies list of Kash Patel. Mr. Patel gives no quarters when he disagrees with someone. He's called Democrats, quote, vindictive, evil, and vicious. And then there is his social media posts repeatedly attacking Republican senators for not voting right and not following MAGA orthodoxy. During the previous administration, my Republican colleagues were outraged by Biden judicial nominees' social media posts. And they deemed poetry written by a nominee in college 30 years ago as disqualifying him to serve on the bench because it showed, quote, Marxist ideology. 30 years ago, wrote a poem. Be careful. Where's the outrage now for Mr. Patel, who has launched disgusting attacks on everyone from Elon Musk to LeBron James? Mr. Patel has also displayed a startling disdain for the agency he's been nominated to lead. He wants to, quote, shut down the FBI, Hoover Building on day one, reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state, quote, unquote. He falsely claimed that the FBI was planning January 6th for a year before it happened. His conspiratorial theories just keep bounding out in his book and otherwise. He can't stop. And he's been clear about what he wants to do with the FBI's vast surveillance and investigative power, saying, quote, we're going to come after the people in the media. Mr. Patel has been open about his plans to dismantle the FBI and seek retribution. And he's already begun that mission as a private citizen, targeting senior FBI officials. Consider for a moment, if he is successful in this nomination, his first meeting of the head of the as head of the FBI with the men and women who are sworn to uphold the law and serve at his direction. Think about the morale in that room in light of what's going on. Mr. Patel directives have already thrown the Bureau into chaos. Senior executives who collectively have hundreds of years of experience have been forced out. Thousands of line agents across the country are living in fear of losing their jobs simply because they did the job they were assigned to do. How does any of this make America safer? The American people need an FBI director focused on keeping the public safe from terrorism, drug trafficking, and violent crime, not petty personal grievances. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Durbin. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me start by disagreeing with the notion that what took place with respect to the cases against President Trump was weaponization. I know that's the Republican theory of the case, but the other reason why the FBI and the Department of Justice would investigate Trump for crimes is because Trump was doing crimes. And there was adequate predication to pursue investigation of those crimes. And indeed, in every case that I'm aware of in which those cases were allowed to go to judgment, the president was convicted. So we can't allow the weaponization narrative to just remove the notion that the guy was investigated and prosecuted for crimes because he did the crimes. Once you start with the notion that Trump is not a criminal but a victim, you then have to invent the conspiracy that victimized him. And once you've propagated that conspiracy, you then have to find who the conspirators are. So then you have to go after FBI agents and DOJ folks in order to prop up that theory. The way that ended in Soviet Russia was with show trials of the individuals who were allegedly in the conspiracy. The way that ends in Trump's America is with agents and prosecutors forced out in mass purges that may well, as the Ranking Member Durbin has pointed out, been driven by Kash Patel as a private citizen. So starting with that point, there are three reasons why Kash Patel is extremely dangerous. One is all of his wild MAGA behavior. This is a guy whose judgment is beyond questionable. It's appallingly bad. We have a lot of quarrel about whether his enemies list is an enemies list and whether we're smearing the guy by saying that his enemies list is an enemies list. Here's what he said about it. He showed his enemies list and said, the manhunt starts tomorrow. If they're not your enemies, why would you start a manhunt against them? He called them the criminals themselves and showed a picture of his enemies list. If criminals aren't your enemies, as head of the FBI, who are? He retweeted a video showing him chainsawing the heads off of people on his enemies list. If you're chainsawing the heads off of people, are they not your enemies? So the invention that this is not an enemies list requires people to go into just fantasy land. And these are his own statements. These aren't our accusations. These are Patel's own words. Going after people in the media, impeaching judges who disagree with us, shutting down the FBI Hoover building, on and on and on. This guy is a flagrant extremist with appallingly bad judgment. Second point, we don't know enough about this mischief yet. There are real open questions. We've never in this committee had a person come for a serious senior law enforcement position who had testified in a grand jury criminal matter, and we don't know what he testified about. He's entitled to tell us. That's basic grand jury Rule 6E law. But this side of the committee is completely covering that up. We have absolutely no statement from Patel about what his grand jury testimony was. And he's at liberty to give that to us. He just won't. And Republicans won't tell him to. So he gets away with it. He pled the fifth. You don't get to plead the fifth without a real and genuine concern that you can be prosecuted for a crime. What crime? We're entitled to know. We've never had somebody come through this committee for a high senior law enforcement position who had pled the fifth. He's got the right to do that, of course. We've got the right to know. And by the way, when he exercises the right to do that in a civil proceeding, that entitles the jury to draw the adverse inference that what he is covering up in the civil proceeding with his Fifth Amendment assertion is against his interests. A judge will instruct a jury about that adverse interest, and we're not supposed to draw an adverse interest in this committee when we're not told about his Fifth Amendment assertion. There's all this weird stuff that's come up since about investments in Chinese companies in the Cayman Islands vesting while he will be FBI director. If the guy is supposed to be investigating Chinese intrusion into our intelligence faculties, if we're trying to investigate Chinese fentanyl trafficking into our country, why do we want an FBI director who is somewhere between $1 and $5 million into a Chinese company through a Cayman Islands shell? And then there are the Russia connections. I'll get to those at the end. We don't have to, where everybody's fond of saying these are Democratic smears. Actually, go to the Trump appointees who worked with this guy. What are they warning us? They're warning us, Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. I didn't think he was qualified. I was forced to hire him. That's some recommendation from a colleague. His deputy, Charles Kupperman. Patel's ideas are ludicrous. He's absolutely unqualified for this job, untrustworthy, and absolute disgrace to even consider an individual of this nature. Definitely you want that on your resume by way of a recommendation from a former supervisor. Attorney General Barr said Patel has virtually no experience that would qualify him to be the deputy director of the FBI, and now he's back as the director of the FBI. And Trump's CIA director, Gina Haspel, threatened to resign rather than allow this guy into her office as her deputy. And if you go beyond the Trump appointees who are warning us about this guy, you can go to the last time he testified in court, which was in Colorado. And here's what the court found about him. That Patel was not a credible witness, that his testimony was illogical, and it was completely devoid of any evidence in the record. Okay, I've been an attorney general, and I've been a United States attorney, and I've put state police troopers on the stand, and I've put FBI agents on the stand. If at the end of a case, a judge made findings like this about a law enforcement witness that I put on the stand, there would be follow-up. I would want an explanation of why this witness was so incredible that findings like that were made by the judge. It would be a significant issue with respect to that witness's continued performance in office. And here's a guy who's been found to be completely incredible by a judge in his testimony, and we're acting as if that's nothing. That's not Democrats. That's a judge in Colorado. So the last thing I'll say is, I think we need to begin to prepare ourselves for Trump Russia 2.0. The Trump Russia thing was, I'm not going to go back all over it, fully ventilated in the Senate bipartisan intelligence report, in the Mueller report. Trump Russia was a thing. We stopped talking about it, but Trump kept talking about it and saying it was a hoax. Trump Russia hoax, Trump Russia hoax. No, it was not a hoax. It was real. It was there. There's a record. Part of it was bipartisan work. Some of it was done in the House. There was an abundance of evidence about the Trump Russia connection. And now what are we seeing? We're seeing Patel coming in, who says he wants to wreck the FBI's what he called intel shop, which is the part of the FBI that looks at Russia and does counterintelligence work against Russia. He said that he wants to close out the DC office and send everybody out into the field. Well, it's the DC office, not the field offices, that do the counterintelligence work. You want to shut it down? You're opening your arms to Russian intelligence operations. You go just across to the Attorney General's office, and there's Attorney General Bondi. What's the first thing she does when she gets in? Closes all the kleptocrature and kleptocracy investigation offices of the Department of Justice. Gee, who were they pursuing? Putin and his oligarchs. You shut down the group that has successfully grabbed assets off Putin's crooked oligarchs. What a signal that is. And then look at Tulsi Gabbard, I'm not going to go through the whole length of her Russia associations, but let's just say that a Russian news media editorial said that her appointment should cause the CIA and the FBI to tremble because she was a friend to Russia. Who defends us against Russian intelligence operations and Russia's criminal operations in the United States? It's the FBI, it's the Department of Justice, and it's our intelligence community. The people in charge of each one have sent powerful signals that they are shutting down our defenses when it comes to Russia. And we're about to head to the Munich Security Conference where we are seeing Mr. Art of the Deal and his operatives giving away every piece of leverage that we have over Putin with respect to Ukraine. It is unilateral disarmament to throw Ukraine under the bus and give Putin what he wants. So mark my words. This Patel guy will come back to haunt you. Every piece of evidence shows that, and it is not Democrat evidence. It's his own words, it's his own colleagues, and it's judges evaluating his credibility. And Trump Russia is going to come roaring back if it's not already back. We should be on our guard about this nominee, and we should be on our guard about Trump Russia. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the confirmation of Kash Patel to serve as the next director of the FBI. The director of the FBI leads our nation's most important law enforcement agency, made up of more than 38,000 employees. I have tremendous respect for the men and women of the FBI. They take on violent crime. They get fentanyl off our streets. In our state, they have investigated incredibly complex matters, including a case a few years back that was the biggest white-collar case outside of Madoff for years. They have done such a good job, and we are proud of them. I have supported FBI directors under Republican presidents, including President Trump's last nominee, and Democratic presidents. The nonpartisan career public servants at the FBI risk their lives to keep us safe. Their motto, FBI, fidelity, bravery, and integrity. And they deserve a director who respects the work that they do and who embodies the core values of the FBI. That, unfortunately, is not Kash Patel. Let's start with fidelity. A director's loyalty to the American people, the Constitution, and the rule of law is paramount. But Mr. Patel made it abundantly clear that he is loyal to the president, and that is his calls for retribution. When you look back at Mr. Patel's writings, at his interviews, at what he has done in his life, that his focus is the loyalty to the president and not to the people of this country. Mr. Patel has threatened the president's critics. As he said, I quote his words, not just in the government, but in the media, end quote. On one podcast in December 2023, he said, and I quote, "We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly." On a podcast just last August, I know sometimes our colleagues, we have writings or we have interviews of people that are 10, 15 years ago. These are all recent. Just this August, he said, when Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials. And when I asked him about it in my written questions, he replied about that comment, he replied that, quote, he made those comments in a television interview, not in a court of law or before the committee, as if the venue minimizes the threat. And in fact, at his hearing before this committee, he had opportunity to walk back that threat and others. He chose not to. Nor did he try to explain his so-called deep state list of former government officials, including many Republicans who served in the last Trump administration, including Attorney General Barr, who Republicans on this committee have repeatedly commended for his service. but Barr is on Kash Patel's deep state list. He also criticized former CIA Director Gina Haspel, numerous elected officials, including the former head of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough. I remind our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Bill Barr said about Patel this: Patel has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency. And his appointment to the FBI, he said a few years back when Patel was being considered for another job in the FBI, his appointment to the FBI would only happen, Barr's words, over his dead body. Then CIA Director Gina Haspel also threatened to resign to stop Patel from being her deputy. These and many others who have criticized him over time are people who have served our country. I didn't always agree with some of them. Some are Democrats, some are Republicans, but they have repeatedly said the same thing, that he should not be running the FBI. And we know what Mr. Patel wants to do with the people on that list because he already told us on another podcast episode. He said the people on his list need to go to prison. That is a shock.
To maintain and keep our firearms healthy, safe, and in good operating order. Page 6, line 18. We're moving down the bill here, line 18. After strike, here we go, page 6, line 8, strike gunsmith. So it starts out by saying, for the purpose of the special owner is not otherwise prohibited by law from possessing the specified semi-automatic firearm. So we're adding some language. Strike gunsmith and substitute gunsmith or an educational adverb program designed for the repair or maintenance of weapons approved by a school. So it expands who may have this particular exemption.
Yeah, here we go, guys. Let me know when the volume's good. I'm cranking it up.
Page 6, line 22. We're going to strike the word "and," because by doing that, we move to another subsection. That's just grammatical in nature. I would not call that substantive in nature. It's just grammatical. It's kind of like that previous point where it said renumber the succeeding subparagraphs accordingly. The next amendment offered up for our consideration in the committee amendment is on page 7 of the introduced bill. Strike on line 5, strike analysis and substitute. So what we're doing is we're coming to the end of that sentence. And let me back up here a little bit and give you some context. The transfer or sale of a specified I'm reading a little bit this on bottom of page 6 on the introduced here. The transfer or sale of a specified semi-automatic firearm to and receipt of purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by, the first choice is federal, state, local historical society. This is the ability to transfer. Society, museum, or institutional collection that is open to the public if the specified semi-automatic firearm is rendered permanently inoperable prior to the sale or transfer, and that is where we jump in. And well, now I've managed to get myself confused. Oh, and we have stricken that on the previous page, but we leave it on this page. And sub 2 or Roman 2, a forensic laboratory or any authorized agent or employee of the laboratory for the use exclusively in the course and scope of forensic analysis. And that'll be a subject we'll get into in greater detail as we move along. We've got a contested fiscal note where the folks that we employ over at CBI to make sure that we're properly handling, enforcing the law, understanding what is being applied appropriately by the citizenry of Colorado or inappropriately, they do the forensic analysis, and they're saying they need about $4.6 million and another 8 FTE to do that. So we'll get into that in a greater detail. But here at this place, the committee amendment saying on page 7, line 5, strike and add the following. So it will then read analysis and E, sub E, the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or rental of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks by or receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks from a federally licensed firearm dealer for, and there's a very narrow amendment, very specific purpose, very unique individuals who are only allowed to do this solely as a prop for a film as defined elsewhere in statute, specifically section 24 through 48, or 24, 48.5, 114. We move on and it reorders again. Then we get to an important part that is a significant change that you should consider as you're considering this committee report, and it is a severability clause. It adds section 9, severability, on page 10 of the introduced bill. So flip to near to the end, not all the way to the end, but near to the end. Add on line 2. So we're jumping right ahead of the safety clause, which of course will be subject to additional conversation later. We're jumping right ahead of the safety clause and we're adding a severability clause. If any provision of this act or the application of this act to any person or circumstances held invalid affect other provisions or applications of the act that can be given effect without the invalid provision or application, and to this end, the provision of this act are declared to be severable, and then renumber the following sections accordingly. Well, excuse me, why is that important? Well, this particular bill, this potential law, is highly contentious and it's highly complicated, and it deals with very precision-made instruments, tools, firearms, precision instruments, tools, firearms, that really, for some of us who actually have some familiarity with those instruments, tools, firearms, realize it just doesn't work that way. That bill requires me to do something that just will not work. You can't do it that way. You're taking a modern firearm and you're trying to cause it to become something that it is not designed to do, and you're messing with the way it functions. Well, why does severability matter in that context? Well, because certain parts of this law may on their face be patently inoperable and therefore subject to removal by lawsuit. And the sponsors, of course, would prefer that the remaining elements stay in place. Well, I'm here to say in the legislative record, as far as I'm concerned, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound, let's throw the whole thing out. And I'm not enthused about trying to preserve certain elements of this when we find out that, in fact, the fundamental elements of the bill are demanding requirements, they're demanding actions, they're demanding physical impossibilities to happen. Now, we'll get into the conversation more broadly when we're actually talking to the bill and not to the committee report. But the reality is that's one of the things that this severability clause is functional and meaningful towards, and part of the problem with the bill. The bill expects us to behave in a way that is fundamentally an outright ban of having access to pretty much most of the firearms that are generally used and generally held by the people of Colorado, so many of the people of Colorado, millions of the people of Colorado today. Well, you say, well, we're not taking it away from them, therefore it's not a ban. No, that's not accurate. The reality is you're taking away from them the ability to have access to this particular item in the future. And that, in my mind, is a ban, and you can try to put it in a smaller box, but to me, that is a ban. So that, colleagues, is a look at the committee report. There's some things in it that I think make the bill slightly better. It's still not an acceptable bill as it is, but I wanted to walk through the committee report with you in that way, and I wanted to do it on behalf of the people of Colorado so they can understand our process. There was a big hearing. Lots of people came and spoke. Some of them are potentially watching this debate right now. I'm grateful that folks from both sides came and expressed their perspectives. They were interacting with the introduced bill. We are now interacting with the introduced bill and looking at a committee report with some suggestions that would become part of the introduced bill. Should the bill pass second readings, which I'm hoping it doesn't, I will be doing everything I can to stop the bill from advancing beyond the circumstance it finds itself in right now. It would become an engrossed bill or be relabeled engrossed, and all of these amendments that we have talked about just now and any additional amendments that are put into the bill will be in that engrossed bill. Should it pass out on thirds, it will be identified as the re-engrossed bill, and that gives the people of Colorado a little bit of a primer on how to track the progress of this piece of legislation should it continue to move forward. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to make the explanations. Citizens of Colorado, people of Colorado, continue to participate in your democracy. We're always glad to have you in the building.
All right, thank you. We have been discussing the State Affairs Committee report. Is there further discussion on the committee report? All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The State Affairs report is adopted. We are now to the bill. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 003.
Okay, the bill is properly moved. Please continue.
Okay. What we have here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and all the ships at sea, is a bill that primarily is working to enforce a bill that was passed in 2013, which banned high-capacity magazines. Magazines like this one. This is the high-capacity magazine that my son's killer brought into the movie theater. When this magazine jammed after 72 shots, the dying stopped. Everybody who had been shot and made it to the hospital, they all lived. 3 of them are permanently in wheelchairs. One of them that I know of has had his leg amputated. But when this magazine jammed, the dying stopped. Approximately 7 months later, in this body here, they passed legislation to ban these types of magazines. This is a 100-round drum. And you see the killer here, he thought 100 meant 100. Of course, all you patriots, you all know you can't put 100 bullets into a 100-round drum because that's going to cause it to malfunction. But a 24-year-old master student at the Anschutz Medical Center, he doesn't know any better. So he went ahead and jammed it with 100 rounds. That's how it jammed. And so if he had been smart enough to follow him on your YouTube channels where you explain to everybody how they can clear out these jams, he would have been able to do that and continued the killing spree that he was on. But he didn't know how to do that. So what he did is he pulled it out and it went onto the floor and he moved. If any of you have ever been to a movies, I don't know if you have, but there's not lights on in there. But if you go to the back, there's little floodlights that come down. He got underneath of the floodlights there and pulled out the 35 round magazines that he had full, and he kept trying to jam those in to see if those would work. He couldn't get any of those to work. So then he went and pulled out his handgun that he got, fired off a couple of more shots, couldn't get anybody, and then he walked on out of the theater. But about 7 months after that, this body passed a high-capacity magazine limit of 15 rounds. I was here, not sitting here, I was up there. I was up there for the entire conversation, taking my notes, listening to everybody. I had been in the old Supreme Court, waited my 3.5 hours to get in there, squeezed myself into those little stadium seats that they had in there. It's a lot nicer to sit in there now than it was 12 years ago. But I got to get in there and give my 2-minute speech. And my 2-minute speech at that point was, because we hadn't gotten all of the information. All I knew at that point was that the armor-piercing ammunition that came out of this high-capacity magazine that the killer brought in with over 400 rounds of ammunition, that the armor-piercing bullet that hit Alex, it hit him on his left side, it went through his kidney, it went through his lung, entered his heart, and exited here through his neck. Alex died instantly. In the trial, his friend was sitting next to him, Eric, and he, when the shooting all started, Alex didn't know what was going on. And he said, "Hey, Eric, what's going on?" And he said, "Sully, we got to get down." And Alex was gone. And that's the conversation I had down there 12 years ago, was because they said they can switch these around so quickly that they could do it in 2 seconds. Well, I was asking for Alex's 2 seconds. But now we're going to ask for a lot more. After that bill passed in 2013, we were hoping that it would create some kind of a conversation that people would want to figure out what we could do to prevent something like that from happening ever again to us. What we ended up with was a minority party that all they wanted to do was repeal it. So we came down each year, year after year, and fought the repeals. And at that time, we were split chambers, so it would win in one chamber, come over to the other side, it would lose in that chamber, and we'd do it again the next year, and we'd do it again the next year. And then they took it to the court, and they wanted to see if it was constitutional. And it was. That's what they did for those first several years. There was no ideas to do anything about changing this. We come up with this legislation now, and people want to talk now. Because what they were doing before is they would just show us. I mean, they had them, they were on these desks. They brought in these high-capacity magazines and were just showing us. There was a senator who was a former sheriff who was doing magic tricks with his to show that no one could tell. But that's what they were doing down here. They didn't want to change it. They didn't want to make it any better. They wanted to say, you can't tell. We're going to keep selling them. We're going to keep buying them. And there's nothing, and our sheriffs aren't going to prosecute them. That's what's going to happen. Well, now we're going to change. We're going to change it because these magazines like this are still being sold. They are sold right here in our neighborhoods. They were sold in Arvada when the Boulder grocery store shooter went and bought a couple so he could take them into the King Soopers. and start his day of carnage. The shooter down in El Paso County that went into Club Q, he easily bought them and took them and started his. Oh, but when we arrested them, we added those charges to the charges that they already had. I mean, I've heard that from DAs before. Oh, Tom, we'll really throw the book at them if they use a gun. Yeah, great. Alex is already dead. The other 11 are already dead. I care about how long this guy, I mean, do you know how long our shooter's in? 12 consecutive life sentences plus 4,000 years. So that's what they were doing. So what we have come up with in this legislation, the constitutional legislation that we brought forward, because I don't know if anybody's gotten any communications from people in the state. I know I've heard from all of your constituents. They all have my email. They all have my phone number. They all want to tell me these new plans about what they're going to do. I mean, I've heard it all, folks. I've heard it all. I've been all in here. I listened to the 179 people who came and talked. I wrote their names down as phonetically as I could. I have been doing that for 6 years. I have heard it all. And their whole thing, their first thing is, oh, this isn't constitutional. It's surely not going to be constitutional. Well, we have lawyers too. Our lawyers say it's constitutional. So we'll keep moving forward on that aspect. The next part is that this is one of the most disinformation bills that have been presented out there. This whole aspect of, I mean, I could show you the letters. I mean, I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Keep those cards and letters coming. Put your stamps on them. It helps us in the post office, okay? So just keep those coming. But I get letters, and the guy is concerned, guy from Fort Collins, Eric, was telling me about him and his 82-year-old wife. And she has some kind of a food allergy, so she has to hunt for wild game. She's using the same rifle she's been using for 50 years. And Eric is concerned by 003 that somehow his wife is going to go hungry, and Senator Gonzalez and I are driving up to Fort Collins next month, and picking up all of his firearms. I mean, I don't know how it is that you can put out information that get people to that point. There is nothing remotely in this legislation that Eric and his 82-year-old wife have to be worried about. They are fine, upstanding people in the Fort Collins community. They have been for years. The 50-year-old firearm that they use is just fine. And that's what more and more hunters and sportsmen use. They don't upgrade. You're still using your grandfather's. And you're going to sit here and say, oh, I can't go and get this brand new model. You don't want it. And that's the other thing we're talking about, sales. Sales are down. It's a dying business, folks. COVID is over. You've got a Republican in the presidency. Sales go down immediately 20% when that happens, because that administration is going to take care of all of the crime for you. You don't need it anymore, and it proves out in that. And the same thing has been true. It's been decreasing. And these people all say, oh, you're going to put me out of business. Folks, there isn't anybody in the state of Colorado that sold more firearms than I have. My presence here sells firearms. I get elected and people are running to their local stores to make sure they buy another one, because a couple of years ago, it was going to be me and President Obama were coming to get them all. Now I guess it's just me, and I guess maybe I could get Senator Gonzalez to come with me. But the other thing is possessions. What you have, you will always have. No one's coming for those. What you have the ability to air down to your family, which is what you've been doing, and which is what you've always been doing. The safety issues, this is rich, to tell you the truth. 12 years I've been here listening to all of this, and now all of a sudden, they want to talk about the safety issue that comes to if we're creating a new fire. I mean, it's the same firearm, but with an attached magazine. They talk about the safety issue and how they're very concerned about people that are going to be using them and how they might become injured. Okay. All right. This is the first I've heard about anybody being worried about safety. As you all know, the gun industry is the only unregulated industry in the States. Now, if somebody on this, if you would like to have us start registering and regulating to make it a consumer well-made product like we do our toy guns, boy, a toy gun puts a kid's eye out and they're shutting production down and things are happening. But a 2-year-old shoots himself and we do nothing. It's like, we're going to keep that on board. We're going to keep selling those. So if you really like to do that, you would in fact be the first state in the United States to actually regulate and register firearms. You want to get your names in the paper? You don't have to write a manifesto and tell everybody what you think. Just run that legislation and the entire country will know about you. You don't have to get your picture on the front page of papers because your son was murdered. Run that piece of legislation through here and see how popular you get. So I'm all for it. I suggest somebody do that. Let's make sure that these firearms are safe for everybody to use. Introduction to the process, but if you don't see something new every day, you're not alive, I guess. And so, but last year we did 2 different bills. We did the CBI bill, and in the CBI we created a task force to be able to go out and investigate this stuff. It was mostly to make sure we were doing something about backtracks and finding out why we weren't prosecuting people on that. The only thing that it pertained to with high-capacity magazines was the introduction of a tip line. Was hoping that people would call into this tip line and that the CBI people could go out and investigate it. And the other thing was we did a permit to sell. So this theoretically gives us the ability, if we go and are checking on our FFLs and they are selling illegal products or selling them to people that shouldn't have them, we would actually have the ability to do something to them. Didn't get passed with a lot of teeth to it. I think the first one, we just tell them, boy, you shouldn't do that. I think we've got to wait until maybe the second or third mass shooting before we actually will prosecute somebody who's sold firearms or high-capacity magazines to somebody. But that's another thing we might be looking at to beef up. But I mean, that's some of the stuff that I've heard, some of the stuff that the 179 spoke about. The disinformation is just really horrendous. I mean, the people like Eric and his wife and others, you get more and more of that. And all we can do is tell them that's not the case. That's not what's going to happen. What we're trying to do and continue to do is try to save lives. And in this case, we're concerned about the next firearm, not the ones you have. We are all hoping that those 550 million firearms that are out there are in the hands of law-abiding, responsible gun owners, and we don't have to worry about them taking any actions in our community. What we are worried about is the new ones who all of a sudden and just walk down the street and this is what they have available to them. And after we pass this, starting in September, the only assault style weapons they get are going to have attached magazines to it. And I think that is a step in the right direction and will help us to save lives. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 003.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 3. Senator Arpelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in committee. One thing that disappointed me was that testimony was limited. I get why they do that because they keep saying the same things over and over again sometimes. But those people that made a point to come to this building, I think need to be heard. You know, they made some sacrifices. Some of them probably took a day off of work, things like that. But anyway, there were a few things in the opening that I kind of take exception to. One thing, it was stated that we spread the misinformation. I don't know about any of my colleagues, but I never put out a word. The American people are pretty smart. They come up with this stuff on their own. They don't need us telling them what's going on in this building. They're paying attention, especially when their Second Amendment rights are under threat. So I take exception with that. We heard about safety issues around these fixed magazines. We heard that from law enforcement. These people depend on that tool for their life. I think they know what is safe and what is not. They overwhelmingly, and there were many law enforcement that testified, said the fixed magazine is a safety issue. So I will put my full trust behind law enforcement that work with these tools every day. I think I've got a lot more to say and I've got amendment to run, but I'm going to wait and let people speak to the bill. And when we get into the amendment phase, at that point, I will run my amendment. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak momentarily.
All right, Senator Pete Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank, before I start delving into the bill, I would like to thank the good senator from Aurora for running that committee meeting very well, very efficient, making sure that we had everybody had their voices heard for the most part, and making sure that the people that were there on my side that were heard right off the bat. So thank you for doing that during this committee meeting. Some of my concerns with the bill were safety. I mean, I was in the military. I got to train with some of these weapons. And they're not the same weapons because we had 3-second bursts. We also had fully automatic. These weapons that we're talking about in here are semi-automatic. They're different. I mean, they're different where you have to pull the trigger every time. But my weapons that I had were a little different where you hold it in and you have to do 3-second bursts and that sort of thing to make sure you're not melting the barrel. But for the most part, my concern was the action with the magazines. You know, you have a fixed magazine, you get a jam. First thing you do on your semi-automatic rifle is you eject the magazine to get the jam out. My concern is that when that happens and you still have a jam and you can't get the magazine out, you're gonna have to have a gunsmith to take it out. I know that some people say that the magazine, you can take the bottom of the magazine off. That's gonna take some tools to do that sometimes. But in order to do that, you have to be able to take it somewhere. And essentially you're putting a loaded weapon in your vehicle to get it back to wherever you need to get it to. And that was my concern on that aspect. Another one is, you know, if it goes off and it blows up in your face, that sort of thing. I mean, we really, really got to be careful with that safety aspect. Another aspect is the whole system you have to take apart. Well, somebody has to take apart. Like law enforcement was very worried about, they're not going to be able to tell whether these weapons can do are legal or not. They're going to have to send it into someplace to have it checked. Because when they're talking about long stroke piston system in which gas is vented from the barrel, or a short stroke piston system in which gas is vented from the barrel, they're going to have to go through and take these weapons apart to see what's going on inside of them. We actually had a sheriff say that he said, I'm not going to feel comfortable to say that this is legal or not legal. I'm going to have to send it into someplace to see if it is. One of my biggest concerns, it's not just the egregiousness of just taking these away from people who are, or not taking them away, but preventing the sale of these. I have a gun store owner in my district who flat out told me that this is his retirement. Every aspect of his store is his retirement. And he's worked very hard to make sure that he has lots of stock, and he's done a good job to make sure he has lots of stock. But, he wants to make sure that that's his number one, that's his most popular selling item is these weapons that are in this bill that he will no longer be able to sell. And he has a lot of them. And I appreciate him. I appreciate that small business in my community. He does an excellent job of making sure that he contributes to our community, contributes and buys animals at the sale. He does a lot of fundraisers around town, helps my community. He's the only gun store in my community. And I appreciate him very much for being there. I'd like to talk about one other thing. There was an amendment put on here on the bill about allowing movies or Hollywood to have these weapons as long as they shoot blanks. So somebody who gets paid millions of dollars gets to come in Colorado, use the weapon in a movie to make all kinds of money for that movie, but the citizens here can't even get that weapon anymore. What kind of deal is that? How fair is that? I spent a lot of time up in the Roaring Fork Valley. I dealt with movie stars all the time. You go into City Market and you see somebody there. You might have saw them on a movie or at a movie theater having that. What makes them so special that they get to use them in the movie theater and I don't get to have it to protect my cattle? I use my rifle, because I'll call it a rifle, because that's what it is. We can use other terms, but it's a rifle. I use the rifle that is in this exact bill to protect my cattle. I have coyotes that come after my animals, and I use that rifle to protect them. And that's what I do during calving season. It's legal. You can do that. As long as that magazine only has 4 in it, which is what I do. I don't have the big rounds of magazines. I have the little 4-round magazines so I can protect my cows. But that would be illegal as long as if it was a fix, then it wouldn't be. So if my kids took over my cattle business and they wanted to buy a gun to protect, they couldn't have mine. They couldn't buy a new one like mine. Because it's just, I don't understand. I don't understand how this is supposed to help enforce the magazine ban by banning these guns, these exact guns. So I'm going to come back up here and run some amendments later, but I just wanted to get the first parts off my chest and ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 3.
Is there further discussion? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, they say laws are only as effective as the people who obey them. And Senate Bill 003 does not disarm criminals. It only disarms the law-abiding citizens who follow the rules. We have seen this time and time again in bills for the last, at least as long as I've been here, 6 years. Criminals do not follow gun laws. They acquire weapons through illegal means. According to the Department of Justice, the vast majority of criminals obtain firearms through illegal straw purchases or theft, not legal gun sales. Chicago, New York, and California, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country, yet violent crime remains rampant because criminals do not abide by restrictions. I guess that we'll add Colorado to that list. If Senate Bill 003 were to pass, this bill will not stop crime. It will create more unarmed, vulnerable citizens who cannot defend themselves with these type of guns that Colorado wants now. Self-defense is a fundamental right, and the Supreme Court has ruled that individuals have the right to use firearms for self-defense. Rural Coloradans, where I live, rely on firearms for protection, where law enforcement response times can be 20+ minutes or more. Several years ago, I lived in the country. I was 45 minutes away from Grand Junction, and it would have taken a while for law enforcement to show up. Women, the elderly, and vulnerable citizens disproportionately rely on firearms for protection against stronger, more aggressive attackers. States with permitless carry laws and strong self-defense rights have seen lower violent crime rates as criminals fear armed victims. If we allow this government, the state of Colorado, to overreach today, where does this stop? Every year, every single year. Gun bans do not stop at so-called assault weapons. The next step, I assume, will be bans on all semi-automatic handguns, shotguns, and even hunting rifles. Colorado already has strict background checks, magazine limits, and red flag laws, yet criminals still commit violent crimes. How come none of that has worked? The government is incrementally eroding rights, and history shows that once freedoms are lost, they are rarely restored. If you truly support law enforcement, you will oppose this bill because it makes their jobs harder and the streets more dangerous. Police officers overwhelmingly support gun rights because they understand that armed citizens help prevent crime. Disarming citizens forces police into more dangerous encounters as criminals remain armed while law-abiding citizens are helpless with these so-called new guns that you've come up with. The Supreme Court ruled in Warren v. District of Columbia that police are not legally required to protect individual citizens. This means this means me, we're on our own, and we are our first line of defense. I'm going to step away because I will have an amendment as well, and I want everyone to have a chance to say something. But I do oppose Senate Bill 3 and ask for a no vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes you have to raise your head, look around, and check to see that you're headed in the right direction. I believe Colorado is way off course with these gun control measures. I stand here today to serve as a guardian of our nation's founding principles that have been tested time and again through the currents of change in politics and crisis. Our Constitution, the bedrock of American freedom, has faced many challenges where states have drifted from its key protections, requiring the Supreme Court to steer us back. Like the North Star guiding travelers through the expansive starry skies over the eastern plains, the judiciary serves as our beacon, ensuring our constitutional rights are always in sight and safeguarded. One such case was the Supreme Court's 2022 landmark decision in the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruen. This case serves as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between the state authority and our constitutional rights, particularly those protected in the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This bill, Senate Bill 3, challenges us to scrutinize whether it aligns with our constitutional protections as interpreted by the highest court. It is our solemn duty to ensure that the constitutional rights of Coloradoans are not merely preserved, but are actively defended against any potential infringement. The Bruen case was a landmark moment, echoing the sentiment of our forefathers that the right to bear arms is not just a privilege, but a constitutional guarantee. With a 6-3 majority, the Supreme Court struck down New York's unconstitutional gun control law, asserting that the Second and 14th Amendments affirm individuals can carry for self-defense outside their homes. Justice Clarence Thomas emphasized this was not about allowing unchecked gun ownership, but about ensuring the government does not arbitrarily restrict our constitutional rights. Justice Alito's concurrence reinforces the foundational principles of our Second Amendment rights. He reminds us that they are rooted in the natural right of resistance and self-preservation. This isn't just about the right to own a firearm. It's about the inherent right of self-defense, which he asserts is central to the Second Amendment right. Justice Alito's key point is the people, not just members of the militia, have the right to use a firearm to defend themselves. This statement is crucial to think about when making our decision. It underscores the Second Amendment is understood to apply when people venture outside their homes where they often face the gravest risks. By restricting certain firearms used for self-defense, Senate Bill 3 would effectively deny this right to law-abiding citizens who need to defend themselves in public spaces. Let's not forget the chilling reminder of the recent stabbings on the 16th Street Mall, right here in Denver, where the fragility of our safety in public spaces was starkly exposed. On January 11 and 12 of 2025, just a month ago, 4 individuals were attacked in a series of seemingly random stabbings, with 2 lives tragically lost. Flight attendant on a layover, and another 34-year-old gentleman, and 2 others were injured. These violent acts, allegedly committed by a 24-year-old with a history of mental illness and criminal activity, shook our community to its core. The 16th Street Mall, a vibrant hub of commerce and community, became a scene of fear and loss, with ongoing construction and safety concerns amplifying the vulnerability felt by residents and visitors alike. Justice Alito speaks directly to moments like these, noting in his opinions that some must traverse dark and dangerous streets in order to reach their homes after work or other evening activities. The tragic events on 16th Street underscore the reality that many Coloradans face when they leave their homes, potentially unarmed and vulnerable. This raises profound questions about our Second Amendment rights as interpreted by the Supreme Court in cases like New York State Rifle and Pistol versus Bruen and the District of Columbia versus Heller, which affirmed the individual right to bear arms for self-defense, particularly in these spaces. Yet we must also balance this with public safety measures, ensuring that those with severe mental health challenges or criminal histories do not pose threats to our communities. As we debate this bill, let us remember that our constitutional rights, including the right to bear arms and the right to feel secure in our persons, are not abstract principles, but lived realities. The families of the the deceased and survivors of the attacks in Denver are living through the consequences of our failure to fully address these challenges, we must ask ourselves, are we doing enough to protect our citizens while respecting our constitutional boundaries? Senate Bill 25-3, with its intent to restrict firearms, might inadvertently increase this vulnerability by limiting the ability of law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. We must craft laws that acknowledge the harsh realities of urban life while safeguarding our constitutional rights, ensuring that our citizens are not left defenseless in times of unforeseen danger. We must ask if these proposed restrictions would generally make our communities safer, or if they just merely disarm the law-abiding while leaving criminals unaffected. Senate Bill 3 does not address the root causes of gun violence. Instead, it strips citizens of their means to protect themselves. As we consider our vote, let us heed Justice Alito's reminder that our laws should not only aim to reduce gun violence, but also ensure that our citizens retain the constitutional means to safeguard their lives and liberties when they are most vulnerable. The court's ruling was about guaranteeing that constitutional rights are not subject to the whims of the temporary political climates or the discretion of officials. It highlights how states can overstep their bounds, even with the well-intentioned public safety measures, echoing the vigilance required to maintain the freedoms that our forebears fought. Whereas the broader implications, states must respect the constitutional rights of their citizens, even when those rights are controversial or politically inconvenient. The essence of Bruen is not to dismantle all regulation, but to ensure that any such regulation protects our constitutional rights. We must ask ourselves if this legislation treats all Second Amendment right holders equally, or does it single out certain firearms for prohibition based on modern political preferences rather than historical legal standards? The Supreme Court in Bruen made it clear laws impacting Second Amendment rights must be consistent with historical traditions. Yet Senate Bill 3, with its sweeping bans on semi-automatic firearms, disregards this directive, setting up Colorado for costly legal challenges. We must be vigilant. The Bruen decision teaches us that in times of crisis or fear, our constitutional rights must not be the first to be sacrificed. This isn't just a matter of law, it's a matter of principle. Our state has always stood for freedom, innovation, and respect for individual rights. We've always been a people who cherish liberty as fiercely as we guard our natural wonders. We've always been a people who from the days when pioneers first looked upon these majestic landscapes, seeking freedom and opportunity, to now, our commitment to constitutional rights should be as unyielding as the granite peaks that define our horizon. Let's ensure that Colorado's legislation reflects this lesson, respecting both the need for public safety and the sanctity for our constitutional rights. The Colorado landscape, with its untamed beauty and formidable challenges, has always taught us the value of perseverance and the importance of safeguarding our rights. Just as we've learned to navigate the treacherous passes and to cultivate life in the harshest of conditions, we must navigate this legislative terrain with wisdom, ensuring that our laws reflect not only the need for safety, but the sanctity of our constitutional freedoms. Let Colorado remain a free state where the rights of the people are as indelible as the landscapes that surround us. We have another opportunity to demonstrate that Colorado stands for liberty, not just in rhetoric, but in action. We must protect our Second Amendment rights, ensuring they remain inviolable for future generations, just as our founders intended. Moving forward, we must educate, advocate, and legislate with an eye towards constitutional integrity. Let's work together to craft laws that protect our citizens while honoring the freedoms that define us. We must recognize that our Constitution, including the Second Amendment, is not a relic, but a living document that requires ongoing interpretation and respect. States, in their efforts to address modern challenges, must do so within the bounds set by this document. The Bruen case examples how judicial oversight is crucial in maintaining constitutional integrity, especially when state actions risk overstepping these bounds. This legislation threatens to walk the same path by effectively preventing law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Just as New York's proper cause requirement was struck down for its discriminatory nature against those seeking to defend themselves, this bill imposes a blanket prohibition on certain firearms, disregarding the fundamental rights of individuals to protect themselves and their families. Senate Bill 3, if enacted, would not only infringe upon the constitutional liberties of Coloradoans, but also set the stage for a legal battle over whether our state has learned from the judicial corrections of the past, or if we must seek federal intervention to restore our constitutional rights. This bill is not just about the right to bear arms, it's about the sanctity of our constitutional rights in the face of state governance. It serves as a reminder that our freedoms are not subject to the whims of the moment, but are protected by a consistent application of constitutional principles. We must continue this vigilance, ensuring that the right to bear arms, like all our rights, remains robust and inviolable for future generations. Gun bills don't reduce gun violence. I ask for a no, respectively, on Senate Bill 3. Thank
you. Excuse me. Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me describe what this bill actually does by merely reading the description, just to make sure we are clear on what Senate Bill 25-003 actually does, because I sure seem to get smoothed over of, you know, it's really not going to do all of this that you're concerning yourself with. It's actually, this is just a really good thing for creating a safe environment for Colorado, but here's what the bill does. A bill for an act concerning prohibited activity involving semi-automatic firearms, and in connection therewith, prohibiting the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase of specified semi-automatic firearms, and classifying a device that increases the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm as a dangerous weapon. It does restrict our behavior. The implication of this bill, if we were to pass it, if we were all to submit and vote for this bill, is that there would be no more mass killings by evil people, that we're moving towards that with this kind of restriction of the people. Why I think this is very short-sighted is because the greatest slaughters were by governments over its disarmed citizens. We that are opposed to such bills as this, we're not concerned that we're not going to be able to commit a mass murder, that it's going to prevent some of us from rising up all of a sudden and having a mass murder moment. If that were what we're trying to prevent, then it might make sense for us to all support it, but we're concerned about something far greater, an evil far greater that we've been warned about for nearly 250 years. By far, the greatest slaughters in history have been the killing of disarmed citizens, disarmed first by their government. We are government, talking about a piece at a time, disarming the citizens. This is a small step, perhaps, because it only addresses semi-automatic firearms. Just another brick in the wall, and there have been quite a few come through over the past 6 years, and it is promised that we'll see more in the ensuing years. We made one agreement, all of us, just this past month, to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado. What if the people of Israel had such a bill, had such a constitutional amendment for themselves, a Second Amendment for them, because they were disarmed. They were disarmed voluntarily because they all agreed culturally that this would be a good idea. And just 18 months ago, 1,200 Israelis were killed, while many more were raped.
Senator Baisley, can you make sure you're speaking to the bill, please?
Many more were raped for hours because the citizens had agreed to disarm themselves. That's why for hours this took place. We make one agreement. Of all the agreements, all the things that we talk about, the one oath of office that we take is to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Colorado. That is challenged by Senate Bill 003. The excuses given of why this is okay, why this is a constitutional bill, would create a constitutional law, reminds me so much of the cad who makes his oath, his vow of marriage, and then makes every excuse to break that. This is no better than that. We make a vow, we make an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado. Those constitutions read that in the state, that our right to uphold, to hold arms, to bear arms, shall not be questioned. The same at the federal level, the United States Constitution, that we have the right to bear arms. That's the lessons learned through a lot of painful experiences by the people who put them together. And in one case, over 200 years ago. There are many avenues that someone could take to try to solve the problem that we do have of mass killings in our culture. A lot of ways that we can go to influence culture to be more peaceful, to value life. But this one is wholly inappropriate. Legislation is force. Passing laws that challenge the Constitution is a dishonest shortcut. Members, we cannot uphold our oath of office and pass this bill.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, as it's been described by my colleagues, is a broad ban of any firearm fitting a general description, semi-automatic operation, firearms with detachable magazines, but it also includes other types like shotguns and pistols. And that makes this bill far more sweeping than anything we've seen in this country. You know, I worry a lot that we create kind of a double standard here in our state. We enact law that criminalizes law-abiding citizens because they're not misusing their firearms. They have them for a variety of reasons. A lot of times it's for personal protection or recreation or for sustenance. There's many, many, many reasons why people in this state own firearms. But when I talk about criminalizing law-abiding citizens, I would point to legislation that was proposed last year that increased penalties for the theft of firearms, and that legislation was killed. So it's okay to criminalize law-abiding citizens, but people who are obtaining firearms illegally kind of get a pass. in the state of Colorado. That worries me. Unfortunately, we are still not addressing the problems that are causing these really horrific mass shootings. And they are. They're tragedies. They're terrible for families, they're terrible for friends, they're terrible for communities, they are damaging. They damage everyone. But those are not happening because of a gun. It's happening because the person pulling the trigger is suffering from mental illness, or they're disconnected from their community and they're completely disenfranchised. We have not made efforts to fix those issues. And that's what we need to be working on. We heard earlier from the bill sponsors that this bill is it's just closing a loophole that was created 12 years ago. This bill is not closing a loophole. Its true goal is to eliminate legal sales of semi-automatic firearms through a sweeping ban. It will decimate small businesses that operate legally. I have yet to find evidence that suggests that restricting access to firearms will reduce violent crime rates. This Colorado legislature has passed 23 gun laws, with 20 of them passed just in the last 5 years. And as our gun laws have grown stricter and stricter, we have not seen violent crime really reduce. In fact, the murder rate in Colorado more than doubled between 2013 and 2022. We have a lot of problems to solve here. We have many, many problems that we need to be considering. We need to talk about mental illness. We need to talk about disenfranchisement of individuals who feel that they have nothing more to lose. But criminalizing law-abiding citizens is not how we solve that problem. It's not. Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed. I will be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here tonight. I wanted to talk about my district, and that part of the world up in the mountains where we've got a bunch of new neighbors that were brought to us by the state of Colorado. And we're talking about guns. That concerns me. You know, one of the things that I wanted to talk about is the statement, we're not talking about your guns. We're talking about your next one. Well, I don't know about some of you, but these guys deserve to have the best. And if technology improves these weapons, they should have the ability to buy one. And a lot of these folks, not having a lot of money, need to sell one. But now they're not going to be able to sell any of the ones they've got, and they won't be able to buy a new one. That seems to me like an infringement. You know, I understand some of the arguments. I've been here long enough. We've had some of those arguments, and we've talked an awful lot about mental health and all the other things. We haven't done much about helping this. I don't think this bill will do much to help it either. But, you know, they're telling me that in order to figure out if this is one of those kind of guns, you got to take them apart. And who's going to be taking them apart? Somebody that understands guns. I've had a number of calls from gun shops, firearm dealers in my new district. And they're concerned about this because this is what they do. You know, it'd be just like somebody coming to me and saying, well, you can't farm anymore because we don't think you're doing a good enough job of it, or it's dangerous for you. I don't understand where we're headed with these things. So I'm concerned about the individuals that use these weapons as tools. Yeah, I've got a lot of people that recreate with them, and I understand that myself. But the first one I want to talk about is the people that are using these as a tool. You know, I live 1.5 miles out of town, and there was a dead mountain lion in my cornfield 1.5 miles from town. Maybe that doesn't register with some of the folks that live here, and it may not. But those are the kind of animals, those are the kind of predators that need to be taken care of by the person who owns the place. Whether he runs sheep, cattle, or in that case, he was in a cornfield. The point is, an apex predator was within 1.5 miles of the city limits of Montrose, Colorado. Now, if we would have been the kind of people that said back in our history, you're not going to be able to buy the next gun that's invented. It's fine for you to keep your musket. It's fine for you to keep your blunderbuss, but we're not going to allow you to purchase the next version. Where would we be? We wouldn't have come this far by any shape. Science is working all the time to make these things better. And maybe that's one of the things that frightens some people. You know, I see photographs of them, and they worry me too sometimes, by the guy that's carrying it. I had an individual that was employed by me that put one of those on the dash of his pickup. I asked him who he was afraid of. And he said, I'm not afraid of anybody. I said, you look like it, carrying that around on the dash of your pickup, trying to scare our customers. Seems to me like you're afraid of them. Put it away. So he ended up putting it behind the seat of his pickup because he was shooting varmints with it. I get it. But there is a fear factor, and I understand that fear factor. But we can't stand in fear today. We need to be standing on the rights that have been given to us by the people who created this country and by our Creator up above. We have the right to self-defense. And that's a big part of this. But also to defend that farm, to defend that ranch, to defend that herd of cows or sheep or whatever it is you now make your living with should not be interfered with. And to say you can't buy another one seems to me saying, well, you're as good as you're going to get. And by the way, you can only transfer that if you transfer it to an inheritance. We just keep tightening it down. Folks, I don't want to tighten it down. I want us to be smarter. Whether that takes more training, whether, we've got hunter safety cards, we've got all kinds of things that this community, the state of Colorado, has gone about trying to make sure that we take good care of and how we manage these weapons. But it's never enough. We don't get it done, so we'll do some more. And just by incremental changes, we lose rights. Sometimes they don't make a lot of difference to us. We just kind of pass them by and we go on. But when something like this hits the news, boy, everybody knows about it. I've had I don't know how many hundred emails. But I didn't send any emails out. I didn't say to anybody, hey, be on alert. They're asking me, what are you going to do? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand for the rights of the people of God. I'm not going to restrict them anymore. I don't think that that's what we should be doing. We're smart people. This is a smart state. We can figure these things out as long as we don't get wound up in the rhetoric and hollering at one another. I need the folks that are here that don't understand rural Colorado to think about what I'm saying in regards to the next one. I don't think we can put the roadblock up and say no more as of today. Where would we be? We'd be passing down a flintlock. That's not going to work in this day and age. So I want to think about the next one. It's kind of an innocuous saying, oh, it's just the next one. But the next one may be the one that you really need on that farm or ranch, or that you really need in that apartment, or that you need there in your house. I don't think we should limit the next one. And I'm going to ask all of you, please vote no on this bill, because of the fact we're not thinking about what will the next one look like. Right now, it's popular to have one of these weapons. I've got a lot of friends that bought them and have never shot them. Why they did that, I don't know. But I guess they got worried about it. So they made sure they had one. But the idea that we would stand here tonight and say, well, it's not about the one you have. It's about your next one. I don't think we should be looking at things that way. We should be trying to figure this out today. Thank you.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin with a few quotes from our founders, which pretty well summarize my views of this legislation. Benjamin Franklin said, "They that can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." George Mason, "To disarm the people is the most effectual way to enslave them." And of course, most importantly, the author of our Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, "The laws that forbid the carrying of arms are laws that disarm only those who are neither inclined nor determined to commit crimes. Such laws make things worse for the assaulted and better for the assailants. They serve rather to encourage than to prevent homicides, for an unarmed man may be attacked with greater confidence than an armed man." SB 25003 bans semi-automatic firearms, including rifles, shotguns, and pistols with detachable magazines, which are among the most commonly owned firearms in the United States. These firearms are widely used for lawful purposes such as self-defense, hunting, and recreational shooting. According to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, there are over 24 million AR-15 style rifles in civilian hands in this country today, making them a clear example of what are termed arms in common use, as clearly protected by the Second Amendment. The Supreme Court's landmark decision in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, 2022, establishes a clear standard for evaluating firearms. The court ruled that any gun control law must be consistent with a historical tradition of firearm regulation in the United States. SB 3 fails this test because it imposes a sweeping ban on firearms that has no historical precedent. The Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms that are commonly used for lawful purposes, and this bill directly contradicts that principle. The Second Amendment explicitly protects the right of individuals to keep and bear arms for self-defense, particularly in the home. By banning semi-automatic firearms, SB 3 strips law-abiding citizens of their ability to choose the most effective tools for protecting themselves and their families. Semi-automatic firearms are often preferred for home defense due to their reliability, ease of use, and capacity to neutralize threats effectively. Restricting access to these firearms undermines the fundamental right to self-defense. Now, similar bans in other states, such as California and Maryland, have faced significant legal challenges and often been struck down by the federal courts. For example, in Duncan v. Bonta, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that California's ban on magazines holding more than 10 rounds violated the Second Amendment. If SB 3 passes, it will likely face immediate legal challenges, costing Colorado taxpayers millions of dollars in litigation fees, money that could be better spent on addressing the root causes of crime. Now, I will add a word of caution there. You know, I've heard some folks who oppose this legislation say that, well, you know, this is so obviously unconstitutional that it will quickly be struck down and we won't have to worry about it anymore. Well, I would caution folks to not take that viewpoint, because I can tell you it's not easy to get cases before federal judges. Now, you could say maybe a judge in the Colorado Federal District Court here would put an immediate injunction on this type of a law. I don't know. You'd have to get in front of the right judge who viewed it a certain way. I'm not going to rely upon that. I think we need to defeat this bill right here in this chamber. We need to stop this now from progressing, using the excuse, well, we don't need to worry about this obvious infringement on our constitutional liberties because some judge, and hopefully eventually the U.S. Supreme Court, will declare it unconstitutional. Why do we feel so strongly about this legislation? Members, some on both sides of the aisle, principally on our side of the aisle, feel strongly about it. Why do some of us fight so hard to defeat this bill and similar pieces of legislation? And why is it so important? But more importantly, why do so many of our constituents feel so passionately about this issue? And why do millions of Americans and Coloradans fight so hard against legislation like this bill before us this evening? Quite simply, to me, the answer to that is freedom. And the answer is also in this document right here, the U.S. Constitution, which, as my colleague from Woodland Park has so well pointed out, we have all taken an oath to uphold. And the interesting thing about the Constitution, though, and of course I will just read our Second Amendment here, because I think we always need to remember the language. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, that's what the Constitution says. But in my view, it goes much deeper than that. You know, if you follow the debates around the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, many of our founders did not believe we needed a Bill of Rights, didn't want a Bill of Rights. And their reasoning was, particularly Alexander Hamilton, their reasoning was, we have natural law rights, we have God-given rights, we have freedom of speech, we have freedom of religion, we have the right to keep and bear arms. We don't need a document to tell us what our rights are. In fact, by delineating those rights, we may actually end up making it easier to abridge those rights, those liberties. Now, eventually that issue was addressed, I think to a large extent, by the 9th Amendment, which was very important to put in. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And so when we're talking about the Second Amendment, I go back beyond simply citing the Second Amendment, and I'll give you a good example of why that's important. Does anyone in this body think that the only reason we have free speech in this country is because of the First Amendment? Does anyone believe that the only reason we can practice the religion that we choose freely is because it tells us in the First Amendment that we can? It tells us that we have the freedom of the press, the right of the people peaceably to assembly, to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Well, I think we all know that we have these rights as citizens. We have these rights as human beings. We have these liberties, God-given rights that have been handed down, that we fought, our predecessors, I should say, fought many, many times to preserve. But I look at the Second Amendment the same way. It does say a well-regulated, necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But that's not the only reason we have that right. As free people, we have that right. We have the right to be armed. And George Washington stated that a free people ought not only to be armed, but disciplined. It's important to remember the text of the Second Amendment in all of these debates. It was not put in the document to create a right. It was to reaffirm, essentially, a liberty that, to a person, the founders, the people at that time, understood that everyone had. Let me make a few more comments about the problems as I see it with SB 3. One of the interesting side aspects of this legislation, I think, is going to be what you would refer to as panic buying, possibly panic buying, and actually increasing dramatically the firearm circulation in the state. One of the immediate consequences of SB 25-3 is likely to be panic buying as law-abiding citizens rush to purchase firearms and accessories before the ban takes effect. This phenomenon has been observed in other states following the announcement of similar legislation. For example, when California proposed stricter gun control measures, firearm sales surged, leading to an increase in the number of guns in circulation. This directly contradicts the bill's stated goal of reducing firearm availability and could exacerbate the very problem it seeks to address. Now, let me also talk about the impact in our state on hunting and outdoor regulation, as well as the loss of jobs and economic activity. So, as we all know, Colorado is home to a vibrant hunting and outdoor recreation community, which contributes significantly to the state's economies. Firearms for the activities, and SB 3 could make it harder for them to participate in these traditions. This could lead to a decline in hunting license sales, reduced tourism, and lower revenue from businesses that can cater to outdoor enthusiasts. Now let's talk about the ineffectiveness of previous gun control measures. This is certainly not the first one of these type of laws passed by the Colorado legislature, as we all know. Over the past decade, Colorado has enacted numerous gun control laws, including universal background checks, red flag laws, magazine capacity restrictions. Despite these measures, violent crime rates in the state have continued to rise. According to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, violent crime increased by 11% from 2020 to 2021, and property crimes rose by 6%. This trend suggests that gun control measures targeting law-abiding citizens do not address the root causes of crime, such as poverty, mental illness, gang activity, tolerance of crime. One of the, well, it was Jefferson's quote, that alluded to this many, many years ago, but today I think it's indisputably one of the major, if not the major problem that we have with this legislation. Criminals don't follow laws like this. These laws only impact law-abiding citizens, the people who want to defend themselves, the people who want to own firearms legally, the people who want to hunt, to recreate with firearms. That's who will be impacted by this legislation. Criminals are not going to pay the slightest bit of attention to a law like this. I mean, that's proven by the type of crimes we've had in this state. The laws have been violated. In fact, one of the most interesting emails that we've all gotten references the fact that the prior laws are not being enforced. Well, this is another angle, which is a big problem with this legislation, I think, is if the previous laws aren't being enforced, we want this law to be enforced, but what is the burden that's going to put on law enforcement in this state? Enforcing a law like this is going to distract them from identifying the true threats out there to keep our communities safe. If they have to spend their resources and their time dealing with otherwise law-abiding citizens, we're not going to get to the root cause of the problem and find the actual criminals out there. To effectively reduce crime, we must address the underlying issues which drive violent behavior. This includes investing in mental health services, improving economic opportunities in underserved communities, strengthening law enforcement efforts to target illegal firearm trafficking. SD 25-3 does none of these things. Instead, it focuses on restricting access to firearms that are rarely used in crimes, diverting attention and resources away from more effective solutions. And indeed, we had testimony in the committee which heard this bill from numerous sheriffs, numerous folks from the law enforcement community that oppose this legislation. Number one, they don't think that it will be effective, and number two, they're going to have to spend a lot of time enforcing, searching out issues and problems that don't relate to fighting crime effectively. I want to kind of wrap up my initial comments here again by going back to the founders. And, some people today will say, well, that was 200 and some years ago. I mean, really, do we need to talk about that? The world has changed so much. We don't really need to have these discussions today about what was meant by a well-regulated militia. Well, in fact, what was meant by a well-regulated militia at the time of the founding it was all of the able-bodied men at that time. Today, it's much broader than that. It's all of the able-bodied people of the country that wish to own firearms. essentially. And believe me, I've heard from plenty of women out there who take this far beyond what we were looking at several hundred years ago, all of the able-bodied men. Women want these firearms to protect themselves, to be safe. So today, when we talk about a well-regulated militia, we're talking about everybody essentially, and there's several reasons for that. At the time of the founding, the discussion was a fear that by creating a standing army and a standing navy, that the people's liberties would be threatened. And that was actually a big obstacle to getting the Constitution ratified. And when Madison and the others put the initial draft of the Constitution out there, and of course empowered the Congress to create a standing army and a standing navy, the Anti-Federalists, as they were called at the time, said, no, we can't support that. That's a potential threat to our liberty. And so that's where you get this discussion around a well-regulated militia, which again was meant to be the common citizens of the country, the folks that if necessary would rise up and protect the liberties of the people against infringement of a standing army or an invader or a government that wished to take away people's liberties. And so the way to kind of assuage the concerns of the Anti-Federalists was to put the Bill of Rights together, to say to them, well, if you're concerned about the right of the people to defend themselves, you're concerned about the threat of a standing army, a standing navy, we're going to specifically spell out, make it clear to everybody that the well-regulated militia concept is important. It's always been a part of our tradition, and individuals have the right to keep firearms. And so this has continued. It's interesting that this issue was never really challenged in this country until it was never really addressed until by the Supreme Court until 2008. And I think it's because, the traditions of self-defense, the Second Amendment, firearm ownership were so ingrained in the history of this country that it was accepted that the Second Amendment would protect the individual ownership of firearms. But we did have finally this issue directly addressed by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2008 in the case of District of Columbia versus Heller. And that was a decision by the late, great Justice Antonin Scalia, my favorite Supreme Court justice, by the way. Antonin Scalia was not only a brilliant legal scholar, but he had a great sense of humor, too. And I was privileged to hear him speak a few times in person right here in Colorado. He used to come to Colorado to fish a lot. And Justice Scalia, I think, really is regarded, by legal scholars across the spectrum as one of the greatest jurists that we have ever had on the U.S. Supreme Court. And so he was the first one really to write a decision as the writer of the majority opinion in Heller, to say very clearly that individuals of the Second Amendment protects the individual's right to own a firearm, certainly for self-protection, self-defense. And he talked a lot in the decision about the prefatory clause, a well-regulated militia, because some people had argued, well, the well-regulated militia, that's not relevant to modern times anymore. That was just something that they were talking about in colonial times, so it's not, what they meant in the Second Amendment was that they were just protecting the right of the National Guard or something of that nature to hold firearms, which in fact, as Justice Scalia spells out very well in the Heller decision, that's not what it was about at all. It was about the right of all of the citizens, all of the able-bodied citizens of the country to own firearms and to be available to protect the people's liberties. Now, we've come a long way from the Heller decision. Subsequent to that, we had, a couple of years later, we had the Miller decision, which made it clear that the Second Amendment applies not just to at the federal level, but it applies to the states and the localities as well. So that decision came a couple of years later. And then closer, just a few years ago, we have the decision which in New York, and which was a 6-3 decision. The Heller decision was a 5-4 decision. So you could argue in 2008, well, it was close. Maybe that's not really where the U.S. Supreme Court is going to be on interpreting the Second Amendment. But in the subsequent years, that was 16 years ago. Heller was 16 years ago. In the subsequent years, I think most legal scholars would agree that the Supreme Court has moved more in the direction of the Second Amendment, protecting the Second Amendment rights of individual firearm ownership. So, and this is an interesting aside to me. When I looked at the Heller decision, I thought about these folks who in recent years have said, well, you know, we ought to have term limits on the Supreme Court. We ought to have term limits because these justices are in there for life, and they're there for so long that we need to get fresh blood in there. Well, the interesting thing about the Heller decision is 2/3 of the justices in that case are gone. They've been replaced. And so it really emphasizes the point that the U.S. Supreme Court is constantly turning over, bringing in fresh blood. And so just on that issue of term limits for Supreme Court justices, I've always felt that was a very lousy idea. I think the Supreme Court has served this nation very well. One of the central principles of the court is that you're appointed for life. You're not subject to the daily whims, to the electoral issues. You're there for life, and you make the decisions that you feel are in the best interest of the country. So you look at the 9 justices that were on the Supreme Court at Heller. Justice Scalia, of course, unfortunately passed away in 2016, and Neil Gorsuch, our own Neil Gorsuch from Colorado here on the 10th Circuit.
Senator Carson, I'm giving you some leeway, but please connect this to the bill.
And well, my point there is basically that the Supreme Court has turned over quite a lot in the time since then, and particularly a couple of these justices that were in the dissent in Heller, they have been replaced by justices who are, I think, philosophically much more inclined to agree with the basic philosophy of Heller and support the individual ownership rights in the Second Amendment. So, as I think it would be abundantly clear at this point, I will oppose SB 3. I don't believe that my constituents would support it. You know, it is an emotional issue. There's a lot of division in the state. But I think by and large, people recognize that we have this long tradition of firearms ownership protected by our Constitution and by natural law. And we need to uphold that. And that's the principal reason, that along with the fact that I don't think this legislation will address the true threats in our state. Mass shootings, we all obviously want to end mass shootings. these horrors that happen, but this legislation is pointed in the wrong direction, in my opinion. It's going to be impacting law-abiding citizens. As I said, the people that would perpetrate crimes of this nature are not going to be paying any attention to legislation that we enact. And this takes us off of, distracts law enforcement and others from really being able to focus on the true threats that are out there.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the brief comments from my good colleague from Douglas County. Fellow colleagues, before I get started, I want to let the bill sponsor know, and I don't mean to be presumptuous for my colleagues, is that, but speaking for myself, I can assure you that that we all share in your grief. Words cannot express what you and your wife and your family have had to go through. I don't think there's any of us that would want to trade places with what you have had to go through these last number of years. But I can assure you that we do feel your grief and your sorrow, and that we do think about you and your son and your family and what you've had to go through. So those are my sincere remarks. While we may disagree with the underlying proposed idea of Senate Bill 25003, I want to speak to my fellow members about my viewpoint. I grew up in and around a military family all my life. While I didn't serve in the military, which I regret, like I say, I've grown up in and around the military all my life, from when I was a little boy to the present day. And the thing that was inculcated to me by my father and my uncle and those around me as I grew up was the idea of safety and respect. When I say safety, when I was a young boy, I still remember getting my first firearm. I think I was like 6 years old. And I can still remember my father's words that you always treated a firearm as a loaded weapon. No matter what, no matter if you knew it was unloaded, you always treated it as it was a loaded firearm. You never pointed it at anybody, even if it was unloaded. And if you did, heaven forbid, which I never did, but if you ever pointed an unloaded gun at somebody, that alone was enough to take that firearm away from you for as long as you lived. And you probably got something beat on your behind. I see some people laughing, but it's true. So safety in my family around firearms was inculcated to me when I was a little boy. When I was a Boy Scout and went to Boy Scout camp, I can still remember the firearms instructors, because we learned to shoot a .22, and it was inculcated and talked about time and time again, the respect that we had for firearms and what they were meant to do. You treated them with the utmost respect and the utmost safety. You always pointed it downrange. You never assumed a firearm was unloaded. And, just what was taught to us, respect for a firearm, that how dangerous it could be in the wrong hands, and that if you treated it disrespectfully, that it would be taken away from you, you'd never be allowed to be around it again. And so that's what I grew up with. And unfortunately, today in our lax society, that we've evolved in over the last 20, 30 years, it just didn't come in the last 5 or 10 years, is that I really think, unfortunately, that our society has gotten away from the idea of what I learned, and I think what many of us learned, of duty, honor, and country. It was your duty to follow the law, whether it was the laws of the firearm or the laws of when you got behind the wheel and the laws of how you treat people. It was your duty to follow the law. And if you didn't, there would be penalties. Sometimes there would be minor penalties for minor infractions. But if there were major infractions and you broke the law and there were felonies, there would be severe repercussions. Well, today, in my humble view, we've gotten away from that, is that anything goes, is that if you've broken the law time and time again, it's always somebody else's fault. It's because you were spanked as a child, or you did this, and you could always be excused for it. So we see that today, unfortunately, with firearms violations, is that people who've committed these heinous crimes, which I have my strong opinions on, is I think that, speaking just for myself, for those people that have committed these heinous crimes of multiple murders, is, I won't get into the details, but I think justice should be swift and very decisive, and that we've made a severe mistake by doing away with the death penalty. But that's my opinion. We can have respectful disagreements about that. But I've learned, and I think many of us in this room, is that we've learned that, like I say, we've not only had a duty to respect our laws, but it's our honor to support those laws, no matter how difficult they may be. Because if we don't have duty and honor, we're not going to have a country.
Senator Liston, will you please tie it to the bill?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
I still haven't heard it, so please tie it to the bill.
That's the point of my comments, Mr. Chair, is that I think by getting away, two wrongs, unfortunately, don't make a right. If we take away our rights, our constitutional rights, that we cannot possess semi-automatic firearms, those of us who respect the law and don't break the law, is that we're going to take away the rights of honest citizens that have been obeying the law. The dishonest citizens are not, we can, it's been stated time and time again, is that we've passed, I think my good colleague from Douglas County said, here in the last several years, we've passed 23 firearms bills. None of that, unfortunately, has stopped these heinous crimes. So I'll just kind of end, and like I say, we've made a lot of good comments from my colleagues. You're going to hear a lot more. The men and women in the military in particular, they have been around semi-automatic firearms all their lives during their active duty, as well as when they're not active duty. I'll be speaking to that after a bit, but I know that that my colleagues, are well-intentioned of trying to clamp down on the sale and use and the distribution of semi-automatic firearms. I just don't think that this bill, by taking away our rights of law-abiding citizens, is the way to do it. There's other ways that I think that we can go after the criminal element without taking away the rights of those of us who are, like I say, duty and honor bound to respect our laws and live by the law, and are willing to uphold the law. So with that, Mr. Chairman and members, I will respectfully be a no vote on Senate Bill 003, but I'm glad we're having this discussion. It's needed. And with that, I'll yield the floor to my good colleague from the San Luis Valley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Some immediate thoughts about Senate Bill 25003. When I look through the bill, a couple of things jump out to me in particular. One being, the first session of the 75th General Assembly really is taking up a policy consideration that says effective September 1st of this year, you want to potentially remove my ability to make a purchase or an acquisition of a semi-automatic weapon, a handgun or a rifle or a shotgun. And I think about some very unique circumstances for me. And I think about the good senator from Montrose talking about predators and the interaction in Montrose and his farm. I was involved in something last summer in June of last year. There's a headline on my desk from the Denver Post about a suspect is arrested in the San Luis Valley after a chase through farmland. That chase for that murder suspect started on my farm, started on my field in front of my house. And I think about those consequences. This happened like at 4 o'clock in the morning. We get text messages to, stay put and lock down. There's a fugitive on the loose who had shot 3 people in town in Alamosa. One died at the scene and the other 2 died a week later. And it said this individual is located at the 12 Mile and the 106. I go, well, that's where I live, is the 12 Mile and the 106. Get up, and indeed, law enforcement is swarming the area looking for this individual. To think about effective September 1st of this year, the inability of me to defend my family the way I choose to defend my family, whether that's through a semi-automatic pistol or not, is problematic from my perspective. That individual fled the area. This person went like Dukes of Hazzard. He flew across 2 of my ditches, through my fence, landed his vehicle in my field, and then lit it on fire and took off on foot. Had he went north, he would have went right to my house. I'm sorry, if he would have went south, he would have went right to my house. Fortunately, he didn't go across the road to my father-in-law's. He ended up going north, and the law enforcement did catch him later that afternoon. But like my wife and I spent the day thinking about, how do we defend ourselves? What can we do to be prepared? How much do I get involved searching my barns and my outbuildings and my equipment looking for this fugitive and engaging with law enforcement and understanding the circumstances? But to think about the opportunity, limiting my ability effective September the 1st of this year is again problematic. How is it that me as a responsible individual, a gun owner for 50 plus years, now effective September the 1st of this year, this body potentially says, nope, you're not capable of owning a series of individual type of weapons. I just really struggle in that space to go, I expect the ability to defend my community, my family, my wife in the best way that I think is appropriate. The other thing that jumps out to me is thinking about my dad and his possession of semi-automatic weapons. Like, if I read the bill right, he can transfer them to me potentially as an heir after he dies. But if today he wanted to transfer or move and provide me possession with his semi-automatic rifle, if this bill passes, he would be in violation of the law. That seems problematic once again. I wish there was deeper thought and conversation about how we traditionally here, we end up talking about how do you strike the right balance in any number of policy conversations. I don't think the bill as proposed really strikes the right balance. I think it takes away from the majority of people, law-abiding citizens that are trying to do the right thing, and shifts it away from us. And I challenge us all to spend the next several hours in deep conversation and debate and thought about the impacts of Senate Bill 25003, and it would encourage a no vote this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would imagine most everyone in this room remembers when a federal assault weapons ban was issued in 1994 by President Bill Clinton. This ban expired in 2004, and they found that the ban had little to no effect on overall criminal activity, firearm homicides, or the lethality of gun crimes. The United States has also implemented a large amount of restrictions on assault weapons throughout its history, most notably the National Firearms Act of 1934. This act not only requires registration and licensing for all newly purchased weapons that remained legal, but also fully bans machine guns, explosive devices, suppressed weapons, and all other fully automatic and short-barreled weapons per an amendment in 1986. So in any instance that a fully automatic weapon like a machine gun or suppressed weapon is used in a crime, remember that they are illegal to obtain and have been for many decades. No other ban would have stopped these heinous acts like the horrific Las Vegas shooting that took place a few years ago, because the weapons and modifications used were already banned and restricted from civilian use. The talks of assault rifle ban in the United States is more driven by emotion following large attacks where assault weapons were used rather than the facts. It is crucial that the facts align with a claim in order for implementation to be viable. In terms of an assault weapons ban, the facts don't really justify the need for it. We should be more focused on cutting down on all types of gun crime, recognizing that a simple ban on a minority of guns won't stop the worst of criminals from obtaining certain weapons. Some must also realize that if any ban is to be called for, it's the ban of the production, sale, and use of all civilian firearms. That may be where we're headed. While I personally don't agree with the implementation of such a policy, it is an idea that does the job far better and reduces the far further than a ban on purely assault weapons ever could. In terms of realism and compromise, however, we should focus on making America safer for both gun-owning and unarmed citizens without having to resort to bans. We must increase firearm education, gun licensing, personal and familiar psychological screenings before purchase, as well as implement increased armed law enforcement presence in public spaces. Guns of all kinds should be treated as automobiles. When licensed and registered, combined with other safety measures, car theft, hit and runs, and other reckless criminal activities are reduced drastically and become more traceable. while the vast majority of the public is left with a tool that can help them. This should be how we treat firearms. These simple measures alone will do much more to combat gun violence as a whole than a ban policy that has proven itself time and time again ineffective, a waste of resources, and the infringement on the Second Amendment. And with that, Mr. Chair.
Yep, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment?
Amendment 14, amend printed bill, page 3, line 16, after penalties, insert notice to the revisor, page 5, line 14, strike on or after September 1st, 2025, it, and substitute it. Page 7, after line 12, insert 5 subsections. 1 to 4 of this section will take effect if fewer than 100,000 violent crimes, property crimes, or a combination of both were cleared statewide between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2029, according to the Colorado Crime Statistics Database or a successor database maintained by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. On or before May 1st, 2030, the Executive Director of the Department of Public Safety shall notify the revisor of statutes in writing that the condition specified in this subsection 5 has occurred by emailing the notice to revisorofstatutes.ga@coleg.gov. If the revisor receives the notice that 100,000 violent crimes, property crimes, or a combination of both were cleared between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2029, according to the Colorado Crime Statistics Database, subsections 1 to 4 of this section take effect September 1st, 2030. Page 9 strikes.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment strikes September 1st, 2025.
Senator Rich, will you please move your amendment?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014 to SB 003.
Thank you. Will you discuss your amendment? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment strikes September 1, 2025 from Section 8, page 9, line 27, and replaces this language with September 1st, 2030. After this new language, the amendment also adds a stipulation that in order for the bill to be enacted, the state of Colorado must collectively experience less than 100,000 violent crimes between January 1st, 2025 and September 1st, 2030. The reported crime clearance rate within the Colorado Crime Statistics database should be designated as the sole resource for this analysis. This amendment would establish a 5-year review window prior to the enactment of this bill, during which the state of Colorado would have to experience less than 50,000 violent crimes, resulting in an arrest and/or conviction. Over the past 5 years, the state of Colorado has failed to stay below this threshold, experiencing more than 63,000 instances of violent crime alone from 2020 to 2024. This amendment would ensure that this bill would not become law until the state of Colorado experiences a significant reduction in annual violent and property crime. This seems reasonable to me. We don't have enough data, and I ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator Lundin. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. One of the arguments we've been making is that many of the firearms that would be not allowed to be manufactured, sold, distributed into the state of Colorado are exactly the sorts of firearms that people use for personal protection, to make sure that they and their person and their families are safe. And so this amendment simply says, okay, if there is less need for that personal protection, then maybe there is an increased openness to the bill, and it creates some parameters to work around that framework. Right now, we've got a crime crisis, have been in a crime crisis for a while, and taking away from individuals the ability to provide protection for themselves and their families while in that significant challenging circumstance is inappropriate. This is a good amendment. I urge your support for 14 to Senate Bill 3.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, we're here to talk about Senate Bill 3L14. And I'm here to ask for a no vote. The sponsors of this amendment seem to be comporting and conflating a few different areas here in this amendment. So subsections 1 through 4 of the section will take effect if fewer than 100,000 violent crimes, property crimes, or a combination of both were cleared statewide between January 1, 2025 and December 31, 2029, according to the Colorado Crime Statistics database. Thereafter, applicability would then not take effect until that happens. I'll be quite honest that this is a way to, one, kick out the effective date of this bill for at least 5 years. A bunch of y'all will be turned out by then. Then you won't have to worry about it for another vote again. But that being said, help me understand how and what the relationship you all purport to see related to property crimes. Combination of property crimes, violent crimes. I don't understand what that's about. There seems to be an inverse correlation here that this amendment seeks to draw between the availability of these magazines and crime. There's no evidence to suggest that such a relationship exists. What I do know, however, and what I do see in terms of the scope of the problem of mass shootings in the state of Colorado. You want to get into time? You want to get into some facts? Colorado has experienced 61 mass shootings in the last decade. 321 people shot, resulting in 82 killed and 246 injured. This is from CDPHE, their website today. Just a few of the highlights of the mass shootings in Colorado with the highest numbers of injuries and deaths: Columbine High School, Aurora Movie Theater, Boulder King Supers, Colorado Springs Club Q, Denver Nuggets celebration, right? And so how many more mass shootings would we experience if L14 were to be adopted? I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. Madam Chair, sorry, Madam Chair. So I'd just like to go over this again. L14, this amendment strikes September 1st, 2025 from Section 8, page 9, line 27, and replaces this language with September 1st, 2030. After this new language, the amendment also adds a stipulation that in order for the bill to be enacted, the state of Colorado must collectively experience less than 100,000 violent crimes between January 1st, 2025 and September 1st to 2030. The reported crime clearance rate within the Colorado Crime Statistics database should be designated as the sole resource for this analysis. This amendment would establish a 5-year review window prior to the enactment of this bill, during which the state of Colorado would have to experience less than 50,000 violent crimes, resulting in an arrest and or conviction over the past 5 years. The state of Colorado has failed to stay below this threshold, experienced more than 63,000 instances of violent crime alone from 2024 to 2025, or 2020 to 2024. This amendment would ensure that this bill would not become law until the state of Colorado experiences a significant reduction in annual violent and property crime. So I ask for an aye vote on L14.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I stand in support of this amendment, L014. You know, we have, unfortunately, in the state of Colorado, an established track record of increasing crime rates despite, and I mentioned this in my opening statement, in spite of the fact that we have enacted an inordinate number of gun control laws. And so I think what this amendment seeks is some validation that this is going to be a meaningful effort. It is a very expensive, it's going to be an expensive law to, God bless you. It's going to be an expensive law to enforce. And I think that we owe it to the good taxpayers of the state of Colorado to use their money wisely. We have not, so far, really demonstrated a lot of success in this area when it comes to gun control, correlating gun control and reduced crime rates. That's just not happening. This particular piece of legislation, while perhaps intended towards mass casualty events, it really affects those who obtain firearms legally and have no interest or intention to commit crimes where many people are injured or killed. That's not what they do. They are seeking to purchase firearms for personal safety, for recreational use, to protect their animals, fill in the blank. Everybody has a different reason. But these people who seek to commit mass casualty events are, they're not going to their local gun store typically. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Castle Rock, but I do want to correct the record because if we are going to have a discussion and debate about the implications of this law and also of L14, let us ensure that we are actually being clear about the facts. Now, the good senator from Castle Rock put forward and put out a notion that the increasing crime rates are the rationale and reason for putting forward this amendment. But let's be clear. Axios, August 20th, 2024, violent crime in Colorado and Denver decreased compared to the last 2 years. Let's see, the violent crime categories are down. Let me scroll here so that I can ensure that I am speaking with specificity here. Violent crime also dropped across Colorado in the first 6 months of 2024 compared to the last 2 years, according to data from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. 128 murders through June, down 10% compared to the same time last year. I don't know. That shows to me, folks, that the gun safety legislation that we have been enacting has actually led to increased safety. Fewer people are dying. If this amendment were to attach, we would say, let's wait around for 5 more years and see what happens. And when we look at the numbers of mass shootings committed with magazines that have greater than 15 rounds, how many more folks would die if this amendment were to attach? I ask for a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate my good colleague correcting me because, true, Colorado's violent crime rates have been falling. I would not consider it to be significant reductions, according to Axios. And everything's relative, right? Because when you have dramatic increases over the last 5 years, like huge increases, thousands. Okay, maybe 1,000. We'll call it 1,000, 1,500. That's a lot. And while we have seen small decreases, it's an 8% drop year over year. So we're not seeing significant reductions. We've seen slight reductions. That's great. Aggravated assaults fell by 4,000 or by 4% from 2,527 to 2,437. And in the violent crime category, the violent crime category that experienced the biggest decline between 2023 and 24 was rape, which dropped 10%. I guess that's good for the CBI. So no, I would beg to differ from the characterization that we have seen significant decreases or really decreases, market decreases in recent years, because we simply haven't. We've reached a plateau of a high crime rate, and that is one reason why we still, I will be a yes, and I would invite you to vote yes on this amendment as well. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we can all look online and find all sorts of statistics. So what we have right now is we are the nation's eighth highest violent crimes in the nation. We are 8th in the nation. Yep, we had a slight dip from the peak in 2022. We're still number 8. We are in the top 10 states for strength of our gun laws, and that's from every town. So we've gone out and done pretty much passed almost every gun law you can think of here just in the last few years. I think we had 6 or 8, something like that, passed in 2024. But here's what the gun laws that Colorado already has on the books, and we still are 8th highest in violent crimes. So we've passed universal background checks, extreme risk protection orders, certain domestic violence gun laws, large capacity magazine ban, child access prevention law, waiting periods, state database background checks, extended background check period, disarming procedures, lost and stolen firearm reporting, significant local regulation, community violence intervention funding, victims access to justice, minimum age restrictions, some hate crime cell prohibitions, ghost gun regulations, gun dealer regulations, and we prohibit firearms at polling places. And we also passed a law last year that says you can't bring a gun into the Capitol. So we're still ranked as the nation's 8th highest in violent crime. So over the course of the time period, I believe that the good senator from Denver mentioned the number of mass shootings, we have raised to be in the top 10 states for the strength of our gun laws. So I think the point with regard to L014 is that all of the gun laws in this state that have been passed have not cut down on the violent crimes. We still increase. And the point is, with all the gun laws you keep passing, we still have violent crime. You still keep having violent crime. That's the point. You can pass gun law after gun law after gun law. You can take away rights from law-abiding citizens, and you still have violent crime. These laws are being passed for the people who abide by laws. The reality is, no matter how many laws you want to pass, however we want to be in the top 5 states of the strength of our gun laws, we still have violent crime because it is people who need behavioral health. People, for whatever reason, choose to act out in a violent manner. You continue to pass gun laws, and you continue to have mass shootings. So I don't think there's a correlation between your gun laws and cutting mass shootings. I don't think anybody wants to see mass shootings. No one. But you keep trying to make a correlation between yet another gun law after you have passed all these other gun laws in our state. So that's the correlation that we're trying to say doesn't exist. And that's the reason for the amendment L014. It would establish a 5-year review window period prior to the enactment of this bill. Your gun laws aren't working. They're not the reason for the mass shootings. They are the tool that is used, but they're not the reason for the mass shootings. They're because of people who need behavioral health, that need assistance. They're because of people. That is the correlation that the good senator from Grand Junction, Mesa County, was making. I would urge an aye vote on L014.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get back to the focus of this bill. The purpose of this bill is to take the mass out of mass shooting. And that's what this amendment is not addressing. The mass out of mass shooting. That's why we're here. This amendment does not address that, does not help that, will not promote that, and promote that ultimate goal. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in favor of the amendment L on numbers justification. I think if we can use numbers to get to a rational option, we can believe in the direction that we're going. The bottom line is people don't feel safe in Colorado. And this is why the amendment needs to exist, is because until they feel safe, we need to let them be able to feel safe by defending themselves. So this puts a timeline in of effectiveness so that we can achieve a level of safety. And if indeed crime is on the decrease in Colorado, this amendment will prove it. And we'll get to a satisfactory spot. Until folks feel safe, we shouldn't be removing their protections. Under Senate Bill 3, new 18-year-old folks won't have the ability to purchase something that would protect themselves. I ask for a yes vote on L14.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption. A division has been called. Senatorial 5. A division has been rescinded. All those in favor not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 14. All those in favor, please stand. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, you know, I sat on a committee that heard this bill there almost that night. And after 11, then it's time for amendments. One of the amendments to use these kind of guns, semi-automatic AR type guns, revolvers, or not revolvers, but like Glocks with big magazines and things like that. Fascinating. They would want to run an amendment for them, but not for their own constituents to protect themselves. So, you know, I just find the irony in there just blinding, but so with that, I amend.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 37?
Amendment 37, amend the state veterans and
Senator
military.
Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L037.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
What this amendment would do would just simply remove that amendment, or that, you know, the semi-automatic guns that just fired blanks. You know, let's go ahead and make movies about violence, you know, and then these video game people will pick that up and they'll make more games about violence using these type of guns. If you're going to have a bill to limit our guns and our magazines, by golly, let's do it for everybody. I just still can't fathom why that amendment ever came, but please vote for this common sense amendment. Let's all play on the same field.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I totally agree with this amendment. Love it. Why would we ever give somebody that comes out of state, California or whatever, to come in here and just say, all right, guys, we're going to show off all these weapons that are illegal in this state? It's not right. It's not right. They should be treated the same way that we're treated. To have an elite class, to be able to have this weapon that can shoot blanks and show off and all that other stuff, I just think it's wrong. And sorry, if we lose movies because of it or anything, I'm okay with that as well. So we need to make sure that we treat everybody equally, equal protection under the law, and it needs to be that way. So I rise and I love Amendment L37.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. You know, part of what I really appreciate about this job is when entities and stakeholders who may be impacted by a particular piece of legislation reach out ahead of time. Not the day of, not a couple of hours before. to share their concerns. You know, we're in this moment right now where there is an opportunity to bring forward a film festival to Colorado. We're about to debate a policy that would give them several $1 million of tax credit. Appreciate that. That's not to this bill, that's not to this amendment. We'll debate that a whole other day. But they came forward and in a good faith manner of raising a concern, made an ask, and we were able to accommodate that. You know, if y'all don't want to be responsive, that's your own decision. But because we are seeking to be responsive to those who have concerns, we ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 37. The pathos behind this bill, Senate Bill 3, is all about preventing gun violence in our communities. That's the visceral energy that is righteously and driving this forward. And Amendment 37 calls to my mind a very clear story. And I'll be brief, a little bit of latitude, Madam Chair. Wonderful young couple are getting ready to have a picnic up along Clear Creek. They get their picnic blankets spread out. They're about ready to open up their picnic basket, and a little kid comes floating down the river screaming, "Help, pull me out of Clear Creek." Well, I'm saying Clear Creek for the sake of everyone listening, but the kid didn't say that. The kid said, "Help, pull me out." So they jump in the river, pull the kid out, and dry him off and let him go on his way. And they're getting back up, the young couple, to open that picnic basket. And sure enough, another kid comes floating down Clear Creek. "Help, get me out of, save me." And they jump in, pull the kid out. And the young man is turning back to the picnic basket, and realizes that the gal is gone. And he says, "Honey, where are you?" And she shouts from upstream a little ways, "I've gone upstream to find out who's throwing kids in the river." Well, that's what this amendment is about. The amendment says we are more than happy to allow the cultural influence, the power of media, to allow our children, our culture, to understand in a way that glorifies violence in a significant, meaningful, societal crushing way. We'll make an amendment so they can do that. But for you people that are being responsible with your self-protection, for you people that are recreating in one of the great traditions of Colorado, hunting, we're going to take your ability to access weapons away. I find this amendment to be beautiful and brilliant and prescient because it actually gets at the pathos behind what this bill is all about in a way the bill doesn't even get at it. And I encourage you to support this. And at the same time, I encourage you to travel upstream. Let's solve the problems that we're talking about instead of taking away from individuals' rights that they have in their natural being and under the Constitution of the United States of America and the Colorado Constitution. Thank you for the latitude, Madam Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly rise in support of L037. It was amazing to me to hear what I just heard a moment ago by one of the sponsors, is that as long as you make millions of dollars in the state of Colorado, you're fine with promoting illegal weapons. But that we, as citizens of this state, cannot or will not be able to access. If you really are as passionate as I believe you are on Senate Bill 003, you would support L037 as we try to set an example of what this body is probably going to pass. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take responsibility for my own words, but please don't put words in my mouth. I am not interested in that type of debate. And so let's please, with all due respect, Madam Chair, stick to the debate at hand related to L14. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, we are talking to Amendment L037. The good senator from Denver talked about the Sundance Film Festival coming to Colorado and bringing millions of dollars with it. Colorado will probably need that. If this bill is passed and the sale of these guns is no more, we're going to lose millions and millions of dollars in taxes. And with the loss of those taxes, they're going to have to fill it somehow. And maybe that's why they want the Sundance Film Festival here, to help make up the gap that is going to happen because of 003. So with that, I expect support for 037.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for those of you who didn't come down and grab L037, let me just tell you what it does, first of all. So L037 amends the committee report to strike lines 16 through 22. And here's what lines 16 through 22 say. And this was an amendment that was put on in committee. The manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or rental of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks by or receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks from a federally licensed firearm dealer for use solely as a prop for a film as defined in 24-48.5-114. So, here's what psychiatrists say about using the exposure of violence in films, how they can have a negative impact on society by potentially increasing aggressive behaviors, desensitizing viewers to real-world violence, and contributing to a culture that normalizes aggression, particularly among vulnerable populations like children and adolescents. This effect can be amplified when violence is portrayed without consequences or with glamorous depictions of perpetrators. Key points about the effects of film violence on society: increased aggression. Studies indicate a correlation between frequent exposure to violent media and increased aggressive thoughts and behaviors in viewers, especially when the violence is portrayed realistically or without consequences. So apparently, we passed an amendment in committee that says, what the heck? We're going to ban all these guns. We're going to ban all these things. But guess what? We're okay with you using it as a prop in a film. That's okay, because it'll have blanks in it. No real consequence there. So we say we got to ban it because these guns are the reason for all this violence and all these mass shootings and everything else that's going wrong, causing all these problems, all of these guns. But hey, okay for somebody to depict and use them, the guns that we're saying should be banned in Colorado, okay for you to use those as a prop in a film. Because, hey, that's only going to lead to increased aggression. No consequence there. I mean, heck, it's got blanks in it. Desensitization. Repeated exposure to violence can lead to a decreased emotional response to real-world violence, making individuals less likely to be distressed by violent situations. What? So you want to pass a bill that bans these weapons? And I left the bill on my desk, so I can't even read all the things you want to ban. But hey, go use them in a film. Let's just make it all Hollywood and go use it in a film. Go use that same gun. No consequence to those actions. Violence is portrayed realistic without consequence, but hey, individuals less likely to be distressed by the violent situation. It becomes normal. It becomes normal, but hey, it's okay. We're just trying to ban them here in Colorado and not allow for these things to be used in Colorado, ban them for law-abiding citizens. But hey, let's put them in a film. Let's glamorize it. Let's just glamorize it. Imitation. These are key points about the effects of film violence on society. I want you to think about, I mean, I have 6 grandsons. So you're telling them you can't have it, but we're going to put it in the movie and hey, don't worry about it. You pick up one of these guns sometimes. Hey, these in the movies are firing blanks. They don't know that. So, imitation. Children and adolescents may be particularly susceptible to imitating violent behaviors seen in films, especially if the perpetrators are admired characters. So again, we're going to ban rapid-fire devices. We're going to ban semi-automatic firearms. We're going to ban the cycle action, which means the means to extract the fired cartridge case, chamber the next cartridge, and prepare the firing mechanism. We're going to ban detachable magazines, gas-operated semi-automated handguns, a lifelong stroke piston system in which gas is vented from the barrel to a piston, a short stroke piston system. I mean, the list goes on here. It's on page 3 and page 4 of the bill. We're going to ban it here, but hey, gosh, let's let them use it in a movie prop, as a movie prop. Let's let them work to help increase the aggression that people will correlate with this because, hey, they're just firing blanks. It's okay. Let's glamorize it. Let's put it in its place. Let's let Hollywood do it. Let's let filmmakers, they get to have a prop. Again, key points about the effects of film violence on the society. Increased aggression, desensitizing because of the exposure to violence. They're not going to be stressed out anymore when they see a violent situation. Imitation. Children and adolescents may be particularly susceptible because those people using that prop of the gun that you want to ban here in Colorado, they admire those characters. Hey, those people walk away, they're in another movie next week. So it's no problem. Fear and anxiety. While not always the case, excessive exposure to violent content can also contribute to fear and anxiety about potential real-world threats. Seriously, we think this is a good idea? You want to ban it? But here you are saying, hey, go ahead. Man, if it's for a movie, we're okay with that. You're going to do a prop and put it in the movie, no consequence there, we're okay with that. And you're going to normalization of violence. Normalization of violence. When violence is portrayed frequently and without negative repercussion in films, it can contribute to a societal perception that violence is more acceptable than it actually is. So on the one hand, the people of Colorado get to have infringement on their constitutional rights. We're going to ban all these things. We're going to ban all these things. And on the one hand, We passed 8 laws last year. 8 laws, gun laws. We have done this. I'm just going to keep repeating this, folks. This is what we've done. Universal background checks, extreme risk protection orders, certain domestic violence gun laws, large capacity magazine bans, child access prevention law, waiting periods, state database background checks, extended background check period, disarming procedures, lost and stolen firearm reporting. Remember, that was the one that said if somebody came in and stole your gun out of your house and you didn't report it, you got the penalty. You got the penalty. That's what that one said. Significant local regulation, community violence intervention funding, victims assistance, access to justice, minimum age restrictions. We said, hey, was that the bill that said that if you were under 21, you couldn't have a gun? Something like that? I mean, the list goes on here. But hey, it's okay. Because an amendment was put on this bill in committee that said, as long as you're firing blanks and you're from Hollywood or wherever else they make films at in this world, but wherever you're coming from to make a film here, it's okay for you to put that prop in a film and glamorize it. That's what we did. That's what happened in committee. And I'm going to go over these key points one more time for those of you who weren't really paying attention to me. For those of you who maybe weren't in the room when I said this. And I'll summarize them for you. Key points about the effects of film violence on society. Increased aggression. As long as there's no consequence, man, people are going to be okay with it, I guess. Repeated exposure can lead to decreased emotional response to real-world violence, making individuals less likely to be distressed by violent situations. Imitation. Children and adolescents may be particularly susceptible to imitating violent behaviors seen in films, especially when they admire the characters. Heck, what the heck? Why even do a prop? Let's just put it in a cartoon character. I mean, the Avengers, I mean, whoever gets to use it, they admire those characters. They see them with these guns. It's okay there. It's okay there. Fear and anxiety. Excessive exposure to violent content can also contribute to fear and anxiety about potential real-world threats and normalization of violence. When violence is portrayed frequently and without negative repercussions in films, it can contribute to societal perception that violence is more acceptable than it actually is. Now, I don't have anything that I pulled up on the internet. I haven't gone back and researched it. But gosh, I'm thinking, all those films that all of those people shooting up other people and doing all sorts of violent things might have been leading to some of those mass shootings. Might have been a cause, but I don't know. I don't have any science to prove that, but we do have science and we do have psychiatrists who have come out and put these types of things out, and it hasn't been just in the last few years, because I can find articles dating all the way back to 1969. I'm just telling you folks, this just doesn't even pass the straight face test. Ban the guns, but allow it as a prop in a film. This amendment just says, hey, no, that we are going to strike lines 16 through 22 in the committee report, and that's the part that says, as long as the firearms only, it's a semi-automatic gun, as long as it's only firing blanks. I mean, did we forget about the problem that happened a few years ago with with Mr. Baldwin, who had an issue? Remember the trauma that caused? But hey, as long as it's firing blanks and it's slowly used as a prop, it's just pretend, then it's okay. Man, I support Amendment L037, and I hope all of you do as well.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
I wish folks were as mad as they are about movies I wish folks were as mad as they are about mass shootings as they are about movies. I reiterate my request for a no vote on L37.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just say, I am as mad about mass shootings as I am about the amendment that occurred in the committee that allows you to use one of these guns for a prop and causes all of these issues, causes all of this. This is coming from psychiatrists. This isn't stuff that people make up. I am as mad about mass shootings as the amendment that occurred in the committee that basically, again, key points about the effects of film violence on the society. Increased aggression. You desensitize people and distress by their may be particularly susceptible to imitating violent behaviors, especially when those people in those films are characters that they admire and they want to be just like. And heck, there's no consequence. They don't see anybody. They see them all up and going in another movie a few weeks later. Fear and anxiety, but here's the worst part. So I am as upset. I'm upset this amendment got on in the committee because it's a normalization of violence. When violence is portrayed, particularly frequently and without negative repercussions in films, it can contribute to a societal perception that violence is more acceptable than it actually is. Maybe this is part of the reason why we have so many mass shootings, because we keep glamorizing it in movies. So you want to ban it here in Colorado, but you're going to allow it in a film. That's ridiculous. That is what I am upset at. You did this this was put on as an amendment in the committee. So I am upset about mass shootings. We all are. And to try and imply otherwise is wrong. Please vote for L037.
Is there any further discussion on L037? A division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L37. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L37 is lost.
Brother Joe, hi, what is
Is there any
up?
further discussion?
Over
Senator
on the
Frizzell.
Rumble side, too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, one reason why folks will purchase a handgun is self-defense or self-protection, protection of their property. That's certainly one reason why I own a gun. I have a smaller handgun that would be banned by this particular piece of legislation. I think I relayed to you all earlier my role before I came to this word. I served as a county assessor, and I did make a joke earlier about the popularity of county assessors. As it turns out, not so popular sometimes, especially during appeals. It can be pretty dicey sometimes, and I got into the habit of being prepared to defend myself or my staff in case we had a situation arise. And that made me feel a lot better. It made me feel empowered. It made me feel more secure. So, one of my good colleagues from Weld County earlier talked about data and his love of data. And so I think I'd like to do like a little deep dive on, this is a survey that was conducted by a William English PhD with Georgetown University. And this is a really long report, so I'm probably not going to read all 17 pages. That might be a disappointing thing to you all, but that might be overkill. So this report is summarizing the findings of a national survey of firearms ownership and use that was conducted between February 17th and March 23rd of 2021 by a professional survey firm called Sentiment. That's spelled C-E-N-T-I-M-E-N-T, who, for any of you all at home who would like to access this. This was really quite an extensive and exhaustive survey that they did. It was an online survey and I'm going to summarize it again, not reading all 17 pages, but it was presented to a nationally representative sample, excluding residents of Vermont who had already responded to a pilot version of the survey. But 54,244 individuals aged 18 and over completed this initial questionnaire that included an indirect question indicating whether they owned a firearm, and respondents were presented with a list of items that were commonly owned for outdoor recreation purposes, including firearms, and they were asked to select all the items that they owned. So this questionnaire identified, of the 54,000 some folks who took the survey, it identified 16,708 individuals as gun owners, and then they were transferred to the main survey, which then asked detailed questions about their ownership and use of firearms. I'll skip this next part because it's a little too in the weeds for those who don't love statistics, which I do, but maybe you guys don't. This survey contains what the author believes is the largest sample of firearms owners ever queried about their firearm ownership and firearms use in a scientific survey in the United States. Again, this survey was approved by Georgetown University's Institutional Review Board. I have a significant background in statistics, and it's important to understand that the larger sample size that one has, the more statistically informative inferences one can glean from the information. So that's a really important thing. So to some of the results, I thought this is where I think it gets interesting. Based on this survey, about a third of adults in the United States report owning a firearm, totaling about, and if you're extrapolating against the total US population, about 81.4 million adult gun owners. 57.8% of gun owners are male, 42.2% are female. I thought that was fascinating. Are you all as fascinated by that number as I am? Because it's much closer to 50-50 than I would have thought. Over 40% of gun owners are women. Yep. 25.4% of Blacks own firearms, 28.3 Hispanics own firearms, 19.4 Asians own firearms, and 34.3% of whites own firearms. So, and then they also split it up by age. 32.5% of US adults aged 21 and over own a firearm. This was also really interesting to me, the distribution of gun owners surveyed by state. The highest number were from California, of all places. Next was Texas, probably not too surprising, but the fewest were in the District of Columbia and North Dakota. So already talked about how close the percentages are of male and female gun owners. The average age is 46 to 50 years old, and the average annual household income is 80 to 90,000. So, you know, some of these numbers are extrapolated based on the 2019 census estimates that there are about 255.2 million people in the United States aged 18 and over. Need to say that because we're not counting children in this study. But that implies that there's about 81.4 million adult gun owners. In sum, the report continues, firearms ownership is widespread and firearms owners are diverse. That's important. This is really getting to, now that we've set the stage for some of these demographics, the study went on to investigate the defensive use of firearms. So, in this study, 31.1% of gun owners, or approximately 25.3 million adult Americans, have used a gun in self-defense. Was anybody else surprised by that number? Great. In most cases, about 82%, the gun was not fired. There are approximately 1.67 million defensive uses of firearms per year, and the majority of defensive gun use takes place outside of the home, about 75%. Handguns are the firearm most commonly used in defensive incidents, about 66%, followed by shotguns and rifles. So defensive use of firearms was assessed through a series of questions that asked for increasingly detailed information from those who indicated that they had used firearms in self-defense. So first, the gun owners were asked, have you ever defended yourself or your property with a firearm, even if it was not fired or displayed? This is excluding military service, police work, or work as a security guard. But again, about a third answered in the affirmative. I was really surprised by that number. So of those who used their gun in self-defense, they, about 18% fired the gun, 51% showed the gun without firing, and 31% were neither. They just said, I have a gun, and that was sufficient to deter the situation, to de-escalate the situation. About a quarter of the defensive incidents take place within the gun owner's home, and about half occur outside the home but on the property. 1 out of 10 of defensive gun uses occur in public, and about 1 of 20 occurs at work, which is deeply disturbing to me. The vast majority of these are handguns, again. So I thought this was really interesting information because people in this country, and I would extrapolate from that in the state of Colorado, rely very heavily on their firearm that they own or they purchase for a sense of security or to defend themselves. About 22% of gun owners only own one firearm, but the average gun owner owns 5. And 48% of gun owners have owned magazines that hold over 10 rounds. So I thought that this was really interesting information. I'm sure that you're as fascinated with it as I am. But because of this self-defense theme, I have to make sure I have the right one here. I don't. All right. Because of the self-defense theme.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L038?
Amendment L38, amend printed bill, page 6, line 22, strike and, page 7, line 5, strike analysis and substitute analysis and E, the transfer of sale of a specified automatic, semi-automatic firearm to and the receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by a person who is a victim of domestic violence as defined in section 18.6.800.3 or stalking pursuant to section 18.3.602.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is really important for women to be able to purchase a firearm that they feel comfortable with. I apologize. Madam Chair, I move L038 to Senate Bill 003.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Senator Frizzell. To the amendment.
Thank you. So again, I think that it is very, very important for women to be able to protect themselves, to access the type of firearm that works best for them. For me, it is a 9mm Glock because it fits in my hand, it's not too heavy, and it doesn't like bowl me backwards. Everybody's different. And candidly, a revolver, which would be okay with this bill, is too big for me. That's not something that I'm interested in carrying. So I think it's really important that women have the ability. This specific amendment, and just in case anybody missed it, this specific amendment exempts a person who is a victim of domestic violence or stalking, as defined in statute, and allows them to be able to purchase these firearms. I would ask for an aye vote on this very important amendment.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L038 as well. Seems like an appropriate exemption to offer victims of domestic violence the ability to defend themselves. Again, as I spoke earlier about just having the opportunity and the ability to pick and choose what your preferred mechanism is to provide you the level of support that you're most comfortable with. Offering an exemption to persons of victim of domestic violence or stalking seems like a very reasonable approach that the sponsors, I hope, will agree. There is necessity for an amendment like this and the kind of protections afforded by Amendment L038. I encourage a yes vote for L038.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this amendment being brought forward by the good senator from Castle Rock. And yet, I do rise in opposition to L38, and I want to explain why. 003, to be clear, does not prohibit survivors of violence from purchasing firearms. This bill, however, ensures that those firearms that are purchased comport with our 15 magazine limit, with our high capacity limit in the state of Colorado. So one of the pieces that I find curious about the arguments coming from the opposition to this policy are particularly curious because last year, when we debated the policy that ended up becoming Proposition KK to establish an excise tax that would help ensure that survivors of violence could receive the support and care that they need. The opposition to this bill also rose up in opposition to that amendment. Their answer is to not support survivors of violence. Their, I guess, response is to just give them a gun. I ask for a no vote on L38.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point that I made earlier when I was last at this microphone was the defense of citizens against a government. Here at this amendment, however, addresses defending oneself against personal attack, especially in one's home. You know, I think long believed that, and I hadn't thought about it a whole lot in my early adulthood about owning a firearm until my house came under attack. Someone who was breaking into my house very routinely, someone who obviously lived nearby and could see when we left, and that intruder was placing items of a sexual nature aimed at my daughter and my wife. And that went on for some time. The police never did catch this person, but the police did advise me to arm myself well, because if I ever did encounter that person, he says, you don't want to be the one unarmed when someone is attacking you in your home. So from that point on, I understood the importance of defending oneself in your home, and I immediately went out and bought myself my first firearm. I can't imagine the notion of denying someone who's been an actual victim of abuse from being able to go and acquire a new weapon, and a new weapon of her choice, that she gets to decide how to defend herself and not the state legislature. I think this is a reasonable bill, and it's a good exception, and I encourage everyone to vote yes on Amendment 38.
Is there further discussion on L38? Seeing none, the motion before us, division. A division has been requested. We're good. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the passage of L038. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L38 is lost. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was certainly disappointing because I thought it was such a good amendment. We talked a lot about the statistics around defensive use of firearms. And I know you'll be pleased to know that I have a few more factoids for y'all. This cites a survey by the National Shooting Sports Foundation. And it was a report on women gun owners, purchasing, perceptions, and participation. So as you might imagine, this is perhaps less, a little more biased than the about the motivation for women to own firearms and to purchase them. And so this survey, it said the biggest motivator for a women's firearm purchase is personal defense. Not a big shocker there. I think everybody would have predicted that. Nearly half of the women in the survey cited either self-defense or home defense as the most important reason to own a gun. Hunting was also significant. Wanted to go shooting with their family. There's a whole breakdown, but overwhelmingly self-defense and home defense was represented over half of the reasons why women were purchasing guns. It also refers to exactly 81.6% of the women surveyed agreed with the statement, "I feel more secure now that I own a gun." Only 3% disagreed. Nearly 71% of the women responding said I feel a need to own a gun for safety reasons, and exactly half the women agreed that they felt more empowered by gun ownership. As I indicated, that's my experience, so I'm not terribly surprised by that. As a tangible indicator, this report goes on, as a tangible indicator of a woman's defensive mindset, 42% of those surveyed possess a permit or lawful right to carry a concealed firearm, and an additional 29.4% planned to obtain a permit in the next 12 months. We'll skip that part. Women today are buying guns for everything from collecting to competitive shooting, but the primary influence, the primary reason is their personal safety and that of their loved ones. And so with that, I would like to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L023?
Amendment L023, amend printed bill, page 7, line 5, strike analysis and substitute analysis and E, the transfer or sale of a specified semi-automatic firearm to and the receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by a person who is or has been identified in a protection order as the person for whose benefit the protection order was issued. And one, if the protection order is or was a temporary or permanent civil protection order, the protection order includes an act of domestic violence as defined in section 18.6.800.3, or two, if the protection order is or was a mandatory protection order issued pursuant to section 18.1001 against a person charged with a criminal violation. The case involves domestic violence as defined in section 18.6.800.3, stalking pursuant to section 18.3.602, or unlawful sexual behavior as defined in section 16.22.102.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So colleagues, this is a similar
Senator
amendment.
Frizzell, will you please move your amendment?
One day I will get
We'll
it.
get it.
My apologies. One day, it's late. So, Madam Chair, I would like to move L023 to Senate Bill 003.
Wonderful. To the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your patience. So colleagues, this is a similar amendment to my previous one, which really just talked about victims of domestic violence and stalking. This actually includes an individual who has been identified in a protection order and the person whose benefit has been identified in a protection order and as the person for whose benefit the protection order was issued. So along with domestic violence and civil protection and all of this. So this is really important. Again, you know, the reason why women purchase guns predominantly, over 50%, is to protect themselves or a loved one or their home. And this is something that is very important to women all around the country. I would like to cite the survey that I had gone over before. Colorado is not unique. This is true throughout the United States. It's very, very important that in Colorado, women are able to protect themselves and feel safe, especially given our very high crime rates. So with that, Madam Chair, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the same reasons, many of the same reasons that I voiced my opposition to the last amendment, I rise in opposition to this one. You know, it's fascinating to me because when there were policy debates and discussions around extreme risk protection orders, the opposition to this bill raised their opposition to that policy. The answer is always, from the opposition's perspective, well, everybody ought to be able to get a gun. My co-prime sponsor can speak with incredible specificity about the number and the vast proliferation of the number of these firearms in the United States and in Colorado. And again, what 003 seeks to do is to limit the number of firearms that are sold in the state of Colorado with a magazine that is greater than 15 rounds. I ask for a no vote to L023. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to support this amendment by my colleague from Castle Rock, similar to the last amendment. This really shouldn't be necessary because this goes to the very heart of self-defense. And all of these Supreme Court decisions we've been talking about, whether it's Heller or McDonald v. Chicago or Duane, all speak about the right to own a firearm for self-defense and protection. And that's very much at the heart of the senator from Castle Rock's amendment. So this would exempt from the legislation before us, allow the purchase by a person who is or has been identified in a protection order as the person for whose benefit the protection order was issued, and if the protection order is or was a temporary or permanent civil protection order, the protection order includes an act of domestic violence as defined in section 18-6-800.3, or if the protection order is or was a mandatory protection order issued pursuant to section 18-1-1001 against a person charged with a criminal violation. The case involves domestic violence as defined in 18-6-800.3, or stalking pursuant to section 18-3-602, or unlawful sexual behavior is defined in section 16-22.102. So in all of these cases, you can certainly understand, in most of these cases, it would be a woman who wishes to have these firearms for self-defense, very much at the heart of the Second Amendment rights that are outlined in all of the recent Supreme Court decisions. I very much support this amendment.
Seeing no further, a division has been requested. A division has been requested. Will all those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L23. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L23 has been lost. To the bill. Seeing no further. I didn't think we were. Senator Liston. Apologies, I didn't see you standing there in the well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in my comments, when I was speaking about Senate Bill 3, I spoke about the training and what I learned from people in the military, be it my father who inculcated safety, or my various instructors when I was in Scouts, and instructors that I took other firearms safety courses from. One of the things that they had in common was that they were all in the military, and that they had served honorably in the military. Not only had they served honorably for 10 or 15 or 20, or in some cases 30 years or more, they were very highly trained with the proper use of all types of firearms, including and especially semi-automatic pistols and or rifles. Just like like our good colleagues, the good senator from Denver, Major Ball, who did service for our country in Afghanistan, I believe 3 tours, and the good senator, Captain Hendrickson from Pueblo, who I know served in Iraq and or Afghanistan. I honor your service, and in my district, and probably in virtually every district around the state, there are numerous hundreds, if not thousands, of honorably discharged veterans. And these are men and women who have sacrificed for our country for many years, not only when they were in the military, but in many cases, in most cases, after they got out and they were honorably discharged, they continued to serve their country. And I'm going to give you some examples. But before I do, I would like to move L010.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L010?
Amendment L010, amend printed bill page
Senator
7.
Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what L010 does is that it exempts members from the military who are honorably discharged. I repeat that, who have been honorably discharged from the military, that they have proven through the course of their service, whether they were in the military for 5 or 10, many of them have been in the military for 20 years or more. I'm going to give you some specific examples, that they did not commit any infractions while they were in the military, they knew how to treat and handle firearms, especially semi-automatic firearms, not only while they were in the military, but while they've been out of the military, they've been exemplary citizens. Examples, and I could give you, and I repeat to all of you, that in virtually every one of our districts, there are honorably discharged veterans who have handled semi-automatic, and for that matter, any firearm safely and so forth. I'm going to give you a few examples. Here's one to give you. They're either in my district or certainly from Colorado Springs. Colonel retired Franklin Pete Sloan is a Special Forces qualified medic and physician assistant, honorably served 40 years and 11 days, of which included combat deployments to Iraq and twice to Afghanistan. Colonel Sloan's notable awards include the Combat Medical Badge, the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star Medal, and the Defense Meritorious Service Medal. And he has also the Order of Military Medical Merit. Captain retired John Bartlett is a Special Forces qualified infantry officer that honorably served over 20 years in the Special Forces, including Vietnam, where he was assigned to the Special Operations Group. Captain Bartlett has been awarded the Purple Heart, has also been decorated twice for valor with the Bronze Star Medal for V twice, the Bronze Star Medal twice, the Combat Infantry Badge, and the Parachutist Badge. He is 76 years old. He has cancer up in Florissant, Colorado. Captain, actually I thought he was Major Dave Donaldson is a Special Forces qualified officer for 23 years from 1987 to 2010. Captain Donaldson is a veteran of the Iraq War and has been awarded the Bronze Star Medal and the Combat Medical Badge. Chief Warrant Officer 4, retired Gerald Bennett, is a Special Forces qualified weapons specialist and warrant officer that served honorably for 29 years, from 1977 to 2006, which included multiple deployments to Bosnia, Kosovo, and Iraq. Chief Bennett's awards include the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star Medal twice, the Meritorious Service Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal with Arrowhead, the Combat Infantry Badge, and numerous others. Chief Warrant Officer retired John Cutler is a Special Forces and Ranger qualified warrant officer who served honorably for 25 years. Chief Cutler's deployments include
Senator Liston?
Yes.
Thank you for sharing this information about your constituents. They have done an amazing job. Would you mind getting more to the amendment that's being offered?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. The reason I'm going through this is I want to give specific examples. These are men, and I'm sure there's women, these are men who have shown through their service, through blood, sweat, tears, and literally everything else during their service in the military, that they showed that they can competently and safely handle these types of firearms. They've been out of the military for 5 and 10 and 15 years. They have safely handled these types of weapons. In fact, I challenge any one of us, please come up and give me an example of a honorably discharged, I'm not just talking about somebody who was just discharged or dishonorably, somebody who was honorably discharged. These men and women are not the problem, they are part of the solution. They should not be penalized indiscriminately, because they have shown time and time again by their example that they know how to handle firearms. I would like to give some additional examples. There's nothing like a personal example of what these men have done. Master Sergeant retired Gary Melich is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned
Liston.
officer that served
Senator
honorably for
Liston.
38 years.
Senator Liston, would you please get back to the amendment? I appreciate hearing
I am
the
speaking
name
to the
Senator
amendment.
Liston.
I am speaking to the amendment.
Senator Liston, please get back to the accomplishments, if you'd like to, of your honorably discharged veteran constituents.
Madam Chair, I don't see why there should be any.
Senatorial 5.
Thank you.
Senator Liston to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I will start, and per your permission, I will give 3 more good examples of honorably, and I want to make clear that I have their permission. I would not go out and not use their names without their permission. I had explicit permission. So Master Sergeant retired Gary Melich is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned officer that served honorably for over 38 years. Master Sergeant Melich's deployments include Vietnam, where he served as a tunnel rat. If you know what a tunnel rat was, that was one of the most dangerous jobs that anybody could ever have. They would go into the tunnels dug by the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese Army with nothing but a 1911, that's a semi-automatic 45 pistol, and a flashlight. They would go down in there. Sergeant Melich's awards includes the Purple Heart, the Meritorious Service Medal, the Army Commendation Medal that he won 5 times, and the Infantry Combat Badge. Another example is that Sergeant First Class Jeffrey Ross is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned officer to Afghanistan before being medically retired in 2018. He's been awarded the Joint Service Accommodation Medal, the Army Commendation Medal 3 times, and the Afghan Campaign Medal. Last but not least is Sergeant First Class Lamar Jackson Jr. is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned officer that has served honorably for the past 21 years and is still serving. Sergeant First Class Jackson's awards include the Bronze Star Medal, the Purple Heart Medal, the Army Commendation Medal, V Device for Valor, the Army Commendation Medal that he won 4 times, the Army Achievement Medal, C for Combat, which he won 7 times, and the Army Good Conduct Medal. Madam Chair, those are 3 examples. Quite frankly, colleagues, I could go on and on, but I think that you understand the point is that these men, some of who are in this room, who served our country honorably, not only in the military, they are trained, they know how to work with firearms, they've never been a problem, and the chances are they never will be a problem, that we should not single them out and not allow them to continue to serve our country and allow them to handle and be able to purchase or whatever is necessary for a semi-automatic weapon. I respectfully ask for an aye vote of Senate Amendment L010 to Senate Bill 3. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. As an actual veteran who got inducted in August the 28th, 1974 in Buffalo, New York, and my wife, who was sitting over there, was there as my girlfriend with my mom and my sister when we boarded the bus, and it was an actual Hollywood moment to watch those 3 women sit there and cry while the bus drove away and took me and my buddy to basic training. It took us to the airport first, and then we went to Lackland Air Force Base and started our basic training. The VA estimates that there's nearly 370,000 veterans who reside in Colorado. And this amendment would create a secondary market where veterans purchasing specialized semi-automatic firearms and resell them to others. I don't think that's what the sponsor would like to do, but that is a result of this. It would create a secondary market where these individuals would be able to purchase them and sell them to others. And they'd be able to sell them to veterans and non-veterans alike. They would simply become middlemen between the gun dealers and the unlicensed individuals. Veterans who have likely received extensive training have also committed mass shootings. If you want to remember, in Maine, in October of 23, the shooting in Lewiston, Maine, where a veteran killed 13 people in 2 different locations and injured another 18. And there was an extensive manhunt that went on for 2 days before they actually found him, who he had killed himself. And according to the Violence Project, over 50 mass shootings since 1966 have involved suspects who were veterans or people with military training. Lee Harvey Oswald was a veteran. Well, okay, he wasn't honorably discharged, but he was a veteran. But I mean, we don't want to bring up Lee Harvey Oswald. Geez, sorry about that. But I mean, the point being, and we're not saying that every single veteran who owns a gun is going to shoot somebody, and we're not going to talk about the veterans who are killing themselves on a regular basis. We know that 22 veterans take their own lives every single day, 13 of them with a firearm. Now, I'm sure the VA wants all the help they can get to help their veterans out. I'm not sure that they want to make sure that more of them get firearms. With that, I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, just for clarification, and I know the good senator from Aurora didn't mean this, but Lee Harvey Oswald was dishonorably discharged, if you know the history of that. Members, you can always find an exception to anything if you want, but the vast majority of honorably discharged veterans, the 99.98% or 99%, have done the right thing. They continue to do the right thing. Many of them, I didn't get a chance to speak about, some of them are police officers today or other types of public servants. They do a magnificent job. Why should they be penalized inadvertently, or maybe in this case on purpose, because that you're trying to throw a wide net and capture everybody when they have done absolutely nothing wrong? They are part of the solution, not the problem. With all due respect, for all of the veterans that are in each and every one of your districts, and I guarantee we all have hundreds, if not thousands, even in the most rural district, there are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of veterans that are doing the right thing. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on my amendment L1010.
Senator Pelton.
R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of 010. Do we give our veterans the respect that they're due? Sometimes I don't think we do. I think this amendment goes a long ways towards showing them some of that respect that they are due. You know, they put their life on the line for this country. Why should we take those rights away that they have fought to defend? Honorably discharged veterans are the cream of the crop. They're the top shelf citizens in this country. So I rise in full support of 010, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in support of this amendment by my colleague from Colorado Springs. So I was privileged to serve in the military in the United States Marine Corps Reserve. And I can say the training, particularly in the Marine Corps, is very extensive on the use of firearms. I remember fondly my week at Camp Pendleton at the rifle range. In the Marine Corps, there's 3 levels. There's marksman, sharpshooter, and expert. And the training's extensive, the responsible use of firearms. I think this is a good exemption from the bill for veterans that have been honorably discharged. We trained on with the M16, which interestingly enough, you cannot purchase today, distinguishing that from the AR-15 because the M16 can be an automatic weapon. So that's an example of restrictions on certain ownership of firearms that we have in place. But certainly those in the military that have had this kind of training on the use of weapons can certainly responsibly own and use a weapon like the AR-15. So I support this amendment by my colleague from Colorado Springs. Thank you for your comments on that, Senator.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just rise in support of L010 to Senate Bill 003. I really, it's not, I guess in a way I do take offense when we talk about the military and there's not more respect for who they are and what they've been through. My stepson, 24 years as a Black Hawk pilot. 3 of those years were in Special Forces. He received every accommodation that you could possibly receive with the use of guns. And I think that's the least that we can do to honor our military and exempt them from this bill.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, just in conclusion, I'll just say this, remind us all, it was less than a week ago, it was just 6 days ago, that we were down here or on the floor of the House having Military Appreciation Day, where we all paid homage to the numerous veterans, of which really there's just a small number of veterans, to pay homage to their service and their sacrifice, whether in Korea or World War II or Vietnam or Afghanistan and Kosovo and Iraq and elsewhere. And we lauded them. And here we are less than 6 days later saying, well, you know, we really can't trust you. We can't trust you, so we're going to take away your rights, even though you've shown time and
Senator
time again.
Liston.
So I respectfully ask for an aye vote on L010. Thank you.
Seeing no
Madam
further discussion, the motion, okay, a division has been requested.
We won't go past that? Is it, or we will?
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very disappointed in that vote. That's a segment of our population that we really need to thank, not take any rights away from them, because they have fought to defend our rights. So, sitting in committee, listening to this bill, it was very apparent this bill was poorly written. There's some things in this bill that are really hard to understand. The good senator from Brighton.
Senator
went through-
Pelton, we're going to take a senatorial 5. Excuse us.
I'll just have to start over.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels kind of eerie to be the first one after a little break. But back to what I was talking about. You know, I heard this bill in committee. We heard from several people that testified that said the language of this bill is just poorly drafted. You know, it's hard to understand. The good senator from Brighton was going on about all
Hold on. Um, they just literally killed the freaking stream. I mean, literally just killed it. Hold on, let me see whether they just switched days. So yeah, they might have just switched days. Yep. So let me share this.
Handgun and detachable magazine. Again, we're going to have to, the sheriff told us, one of the sheriffs told us, he's like, he's going to have to send it off to CBI to see if that's what the gun is or what the weapon does. So it's not like they can see it right off the bat. I mean, especially when you're talking about gas operated, they're going to have to tear it apart to make sure that that is gas operated. So I think this will clean it up a little bit. And this is I rise and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise for a no vote on L022. Ignoring the semi-automatic rifles that accept detachable magazines, including the AR-15s and the AK-47s, and the gun used in the deadliest mass shootings, the semi-automatic shotguns that accept detachable magazines, which are primarily AR and AK-style shotguns, would severely limit Senate Bill 3 aim at protecting the public. Makes no sense to require fixed magazines for AR-15 pistols, but not the AR-15 rifles. For example, when the only difference between the two items is the latter has a shoulder stock. So with that, I ask for a no vote on L022.
Is there any further discussion on L22? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L22. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and L22 is lost. Senator Pelton, B.
Yeah, so, thank you, Madam Chair. Ever since I got to this chamber, I found out, I've learned several things on how we do stuff. And one of those is that felonies don't crime, is what my understanding is. So, especially on Monday, I was in the Judiciary Committee, and I heard that over and over and over again. And so I'm going to run an amendment to fix that in this. Okay. Oh, sure.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Senator L5, please.
Senator L5. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin as we shift the contour of the debate related to Senate Bill 3. First, by extending a moment of gratitude to the sergeants, to our nonpartisan staff, to the bill drafters, and to everybody who is here, to the custodians who are helping us continue this work, even though it's almost 10 o'clock at night. I want to start there. And with that, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L25?
Amendment L25.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L25 to 003.
To the amendment.
Thank you. We heard concerns both in committee and then also in the opening moments of this debate related to transfers to heirs, H-E-I-R-S, heirs. And so this amendment clarifies that language in order to be responsive to those concerns. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We started out this morning, or I guess it was this afternoon, it felt like this morning, looking at the committee report and the fact that we were amending to the introduced bill. And let me pause and add my voice. We may not agree on anything else as we continue through the balance of the debate, but I want to add my voice of gratitude to all of the nonpartisan staff, the drafters, the folks behind the counter here running the clerk's desks, the sergeants, and all the people that care about this who continue to remain engaged in supporting this process. So on that, we agree completely. As to the direction we're taking with the bill, I think that there are some elements of these amendments that in fact might find minute improvement, but generally, based on what I know at this point, we are not on a track to get to a successful conclusion that this is Constitution honoring, principle honoring legislation that we will end up discussing. So to Amendment 25, which is where we are. Page 5, line 18, this has to do with the transfers. It would, line 18 here, we're striking heir and strike state and substitute state. So this has the effect, and the bill sponsors might want to redirect me here if I've got this wrong, of not allowing for the transfer to an individual in another state. That's the way I'm reading the bill at this moment, at this late hour, on the fly, as we're trying to reconcile and understand these amendments. That is one part of the amendment. Then we jump over to page 7 into the introduced bill, line 5. This is again in the section dealing with the transfer or sale of a specified semi-automatic firearm to and receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by federal, state, or local authority. And then immediately following that, for analysis, the forensic laboratory. And it adds another element, a transfer that occurs by operation of law or because of the death of a person for whom the prospective transferor is an executor or administrator of an estate or a trustee of or a trust created in a will. So that looks to me to be more permissive as I'm reading it. So that piece of it I may like. I'm not sure that I like the other part of the amendment. So colleagues, if others have thoughts that they want to add to this, I'm certainly open to it. I'm agnostic or certainly conflicted on support or opposition. I do not like the limitation I perceive in the first part of the amendment. So I guess I will say I'm a no vote and urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was going along there and trying to follow the minority leader. And maybe the sponsor can clear this up, but on page 5, where you strike air, it seems like you can transfer a specified semi-automatic firearm to an individual residing in another state or a federally licensed firearm dealer, since you are striking the word air. I thought what was on 6 was more just editorial, but on 7, maybe you could explain exactly where you're going with that small paragraph E.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the good senator from Grand Junction for the question. So to ensure that we're on the right place in the bill, we're on page 7, line 5, where we are talking about the types of you'll see here, beginning on page 5, line 20, the section does not apply to, and then you'll see a series of exemptions, and then you'll see E. That is, and now I'm on L25, line 5. A transfer that occurs by operation of law or because of the death of a person for whom the prospective transferor is an executor or administrator of an estate or a trustee of a trust created in a will. And so what we are seeking to do is to ensure that the individuals, when they're in that process of transferring of a firearm, whether that is related to law or whether it is related to death, that they can do so.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And so colleagues, I come back to this. As I said earlier, the second part of the amendment I liked. I felt it was more permissive in nature. It does allow for transfer upon death, and I think that is valuable. The first part that I was a little bit confused in opposing was where I thought it was more restrictive. It's actually the oddities of the drafting convention where we were striking words in order to get at a comma, and the comma is not a problem. So I removed my objection to Amendment 25 to Senate Bill 3.
Great. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of L25. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L25 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L027?
Amendment L027,
Senator
amend Senate Bill.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L27 to 003.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment seeks to do, and this is, again, as we are navigating the bill, on the printed bill, page 5, line 7. This is as we pertain to Section 2 of the bill, Sub 1, which begins on page 3, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. And then as we go forward through that, and then we get to, let's see, D1, a specified semi-automatic firearm means any of the following except as provided in the following. Then you get to page 5, line 7, and this language seeks to ammunition, including a semi-automatic firearm that has been converted to have a permanently fixed magazine that cannot accept more than 15 rounds of ammunition. What this amendment seeks to do is to address the firearms that have had detachable magazines that have actually been modified. And so we exempt those out from the rest of the, that section of the policy, and I ask for an aye vote.
Oh, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so this amendment basically does expand one of the exemptions from the bill. It amends the language around the exemption which has a firearm that has a permanently fixed magazine that cannot accept more than 15 rounds of ammunition. This would add to that and include a semi-automatic firearm that has been converted to have a permanently fixed magazine that cannot accept more than 15 rounds of ammunition. So basically just adds in those that have been modified, expands on the exemption, so we do not have an objection to it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is L027. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L27 is adopted. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a amendment for SB 003.
There is an amendment
This is
at the
amend.
desk. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is
Oh, wait, so 1 second. The clerk, I forgot to ask the clerk to please read the amendment.
Amendment L029, amend printed bill.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm presenting L029. What this is I move L029.
Thank you.
And so what this is doing is on the permit, or the permit to sell a bill that was passed last year. This is in doing the enforcement of the large capacity magazine prohibited sales. So it was an M2 before, and now we're increasing it to an M1. So with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the bill sponsor. Looks like we're moving this misdemeanor penalty from a class 2 to a class 1. Is that more severe or less severe in direction?
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. And I think the bill sponsor was going to step in and offer clarification. I would welcome that.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a more severe penalty. That's a part of what we were planning to do with having a permit to sell, that if people were in violation of the law, that there would be consequences for it. And this is one of them.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that clarification, as we're looking at a penalty for having something that that were allowed by the U.S. Constitution, I would have to say that I would not be a proponent of this amendment. Thanks.
Seeing Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. Put a finer point on it. The opposition to this is the position that I would take as well. It is a more severe penalty for something that I do not think should be criminalized in the first place.
Senator Gonzalez.
Well, do I have a conversation to have with y'all about POW-PO? But that's a different day and that's a different bill. We'll have that conversation later to the good senator from Platteville.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L29. All those in favor say aye. And opposed, no. The ayes have it. L29 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L030?
Amendment L030.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L30 to 003 and ask for an aye vote.
Great. To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in the hearing that we held in the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, there was so much concern raised about, what this bill might do to the great Western spirit and heritage of hunting and all of this. My co-prime sponsor actually spoke to, the good senator from Centennial actually spoke to a letter that he received from a man in the Fort Collins area and his 82-year-old wife who uses a hunting rifle to feed their family. You know what? This is how this process works. I'm not going to go through in the same manner that the minority leader alluded to earlier, walking folks through the process. But what I will do is say that folks raise concerns and we've addressed them. What L30 seeks to do is to exempt out the 40 most commonly used hunting rifles from being applicable under this bill. So we exempt out, I'm not going to read all of the different makes and models because there are several, but 40 different firearms that are used for hunting purposes out of this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton, R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I go into description, will this, where these are exempted, allow them to be bought, sold, traded?
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good start. I have several rifles that are not in this list. There's not a single pistol in this list. So while it's a good start, I think it lacks in being complete. So with that, I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too rise in gratitude for the amendment. It is a step in the right direction. 40 of the most common, or I think 40 was the number, a substantial number of the most common. But I will tell you that my Remington 1100 is not on this list. And it is also a very common shotgun. It's one that I use. And the dog that doesn't bark is, in fact, that no handguns are included in this list as well. So personal protection items that are equally common are missing from the list. So I say thank you. I'm grateful for this. And I would argue we've got a long, long way to go to get to what would be the most common, most frequently, most currently held, and therefore those that should, I believe, be available in the future to individuals as well lists.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am grateful for the gratitude and will also say that pistols that don't have magazines greater than 15 rounds aren't captured under this bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is L30. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L30 is adopted. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment for SB 003.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L031?
Amendment L031, amend printed bill.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L031.
Great. To the amendment. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty simple addition, amendment. Again, we have a list of specified semi-automatic firearms, does not include A, B, C, D, E, F. This amendment just Instead of only being an antique firearm, now it includes curio or relic as defined in 27 CFR. I'm supportive of the amendment. It does, again, add to the list of firearms that are not exempt.
Great. Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of L31. All those in favor say aye. And opposed, no. That is adopted. L31 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L032?
Amendment
Senator
L032.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L32 to 003 and ask for an aye vote.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is meant to further clarify the authority that the Attorney General has to help provide guidance to the FFLs and other interested parties across the state related to the categories and makes and models and so on and so forth of what this bill applies to and what this bill does not, so that it's clear for firearm purchasers, for firearm sellers, for law enforcement agencies, and it also allows that guidance to thereafter be made publicly available so that any Coloradan can go and review the guidance and ensure, oh, this one applies, this one doesn't, this is what I could do, okay, this is helpful. We want to make sure that as we work to educate Coloradans about these policies, that there is clarity. And this amendment helps ensure that the Attorney General for the state has the ability to do so. Ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At least part of what the good senator from Denver, North Glen, is incorrect. So what this does on page 9, beginning line 13, this change will then read for the paragraph beginning 13 through 19. With this amendment, will then read, pursuant to the authority granted in section 2431-101, the Attorney General may provide guidance and clarification to assist in the implementation of section 1812-116, which is this bill. The Attorney General may publish and make publicly available guidance and opinions concerning the section, which is this bill. The problem with it and the disconnect between what the good senator from North Glen said, North Side, is the removal of the words "for law enforcement agencies and firearm buyers and sellers." So while in the original language here, the Attorney General was to provide guidance and clarification for law enforcement agencies and firearm buyers and sellers, that is now deleted. That is removed, stricken. So that I find very unfortunate that the Attorney General and the sections that are referred to here are from section 2431-101. The two items, 1A and 1D, are descriptions of the Attorney General acting as a legal representative of the state and legal counsel and giving his or her opinion. So that's the biggest issue that I have for the law enforcement agencies and firearm buyers and sellers who were originally to be advised will no longer be advised in this change.
Senator Gonzalez.
To the good senator from Woodland Park, I appreciate the question. No, I wasn't misspeaking when I was talking about law enforcement agencies and firearm buyers and sellers. because line 6 of L32, instead of just publishing the guidance that the Attorney General can provide, line 6 of L32 allows the publishing and making said guidance publicly available. So not only limiting it to law enforcement agencies and firearm buyers and sellers, but also anybody, any Coloradan who wants to understand the guidance of what firearms are permissible, what firearms might need to be modified. That's what we're seeking to do here. This is really meant to be an educational tool, to be a mechanism to help provide guidance to any and everyone who might be interested in the nuances related to the policy. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the good senator from up north for the clarification. However, I believe it is less prescriptive and unfortunate, because there were going to be a lot of questions coming specifically from law enforcement agencies, firearm buyers and sellers. So I would recommend a no vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of L32. All those in favor say aye. And opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L32 is adopted. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one more amendment for SB 003.
There is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read Amendment L036?
Amendment L036, amend the state veterans and
Senator
military.
Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L036.
To the amendment.
Yes, this one here, we, during the committee, we had put a amendment in there about a gunsmithing school in Trinidad. In the subsequent time between the committee and today, there were some added things we needed to make sure that we put in there, and that to specify they have the ability to buy these types of firearms, and then that they would use them only at the private occupational school, and have storage on the location in the gunsmithing school. And with that, I ask for an aye on L036.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate this amendment. This school is actually in my district, and I think for them to stay up on their schooling and stuff, that they need this amendment, and so I do like this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is L36. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. L036 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to extend my appreciation to all of the Coloradans who have taken time out of their days, out of their lives, to follow along as we navigate this critically important and life-saving policy. Whether you're supportive of the bill, whether you passionately hate the bill, the fact that you care enough to be engaged matters deeply. I'm a person who says, look, man, we might not agree 100% of the time, but if we can at least have a conversation, we are able to move forward. It's when communication actually breaks down that we begin to confront problems, right? And when it comes to the issue related to gun safety, my co-prime sponsor, whose life was fundamentally transformed following a mass shooting. There have been moments when he is unable to speak, and there are moments when he is at the top of his lungs trying to be heard. Heard a lot of discussion about this policy, and we heard a lot of disinformation about what this bill wouldn't do, about what this bill would do. So I want to take a moment to just acknowledge the extent to which we have heard concerns. Concerns from our dear governor, concerns from Coloradans, and we've worked to address them. So I want to take a little bit of time to explain the amendment before I actually offer it. Also because it's in the final steps of the editing process. I'm being really honest. But I want to spend a little bit of time actually just walking through it so that we can engage in dialogue that is useful and productive and not grandstanding and just wasting each other's time. So what we heard as being a concern was, but I'm a lawful, knowledgeable firearm owner. What about me? What the amendment that we will be offering here extraordinarily shortly is establishing a process for a certification course to allow individuals here in the state of Colorado to purchase specified firearms that otherwise would be prohibited under 003. The vetting process, y'all, we're not reinventing the wheel here. It's the same vetting process that one would utilize to obtain a CCW permit. Communication with your sheriff, go through a background check, navigate that process. And then you have one of two options. Now, there is long-standing and already existing hunter safety certification programs that allow individuals to pay a fee, I believe it's $10, to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, take a course, and thereafter an individual can thereafter obtain a hunting license in the state of Colorado. Now, we just exempted out 40 of the most commonly utilized hunting rifles. But if you feel so compelled that you need to have a firearm that otherwise would be prohibited under 003, guess what? We got a solution for you. It's a 4-hour module that would be operated through private vendors under the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department. It's very similar to the program that individuals already navigate when they are taking their hunter safety education course. Go do that. Now, if you're not a hunter and you haven't taken that hunter safety education course, that's okay, because we got a solution for you too. It's a 12-hour course over the course of 2 days, and thereafter, an individual, either having gone through the hunter route or having gone through the non-hunter route, for the next 5 years would thereafter be able to purchase a firearm that otherwise would be prohibited under 003. We heard the concerns, and we've addressed them. What happens in year 6? If you don't want to buy another firearm that otherwise would be prohibited, nothing. And if you do, re-up. Take the class, update, go through that similar safety procedure, similar to how you would do under a CCW, you're good to go. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to explain this amendment. And with that, I ask for a senatorial.
Senatorial 5 granted. there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L034?
Amendment
Senator
L034.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L34 to 003 and ask for an aye vote.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I went through and, wait, actually, before I even start, I just want to extend one more time my gratitude to Mr. Immel and to all of the OLLS staff who has worked gratitude. Now, I walked through conceptually how this amendment L34 is going to work, but I want to walk y'all through it one more time, right? So, policy here that is contemplated, the certification course that is contemplated through L34 is a basic firearm safety course for individuals who have obtained already a hunter safety education course, or an extended firearm safety course. Now, we did establish the course that is operated again, mirrors the CW permit process for verification. And this process, this eligibility, I'm sorry, the firearm safety course certification would be valid. So I'm moving now to page 3, section 3 of L034. There are a number of definitions that we create, and I do just want to clarify that on page 4 of the amendment, line 3, the system is not a record. We know that there is a prohibition at the local level of databases. This is not a database. This is merely the procedure and process to ensure that the CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, that the firearms dealers and the local sheriffs are able to verify
It's rooted in the state of Colorado, because I have a Colorado hunter's license. I'm privileged to serve in this chamber because I pulled them all out. I am a weapon. And I am privileged to drive a car However, I have a different circumstance. With regard to my buy, that is a right that I have. It is a right that we discussed earlier today that comes to me naturally and is reaffirmed by the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America. Now, it will be argued, or has been argued, however briefly, that you should be, that this, so many different firearms, you can now have access to those firearms that otherwise would be taken away from you if you just submit to 12 hours of training. And we've got some questions, I suppose, about whether I get an ID card, whether I get a CID number like I have, or what happens. I guess I become a card-carrying member of the people who actually have validated their rights by having education so they can actually access a firearm that is on a list of firearms that are chosen by certain people not to be available except by virtue of having had this particular set of education. So it is the conflict between the difference of a privilege and a right that causes me to rise up and oppose this amendment 034. You'd think I'd say, well, sure, it's a small thing to get a little bit of education to get at a firearm, but it's a big thing to turn your back on your rights as a citizen. And as we know frequently now, it's not just citizens. Anybody who gets into this country is protected by the rights that we have by virtue of the fact that we are standing on terra firma in the United States of America. So I object to this based on that principled argument. Were this a normally developing bill where we have the final, this is more than a few minutes before we engage in debate at the hour of 10:40 in the evening, probably would have other nuanced arguments, other requests, but instead I have rights, and this amendment offends those rights.
say as a minority leader even shared his CCK with this? Help me understand that.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's the distinction of a right and a privilege. It's a well-established right that we can keep and bear arms. And open carry is, and you see it constantly. I got people, I don't know what your neighborhood's like, but I see people in open carry all the time where they're carrying a sidearm open and visible to the world. To carry concealed, we've decided as a matter of policy is didn't make the list. Well, I want to buy one for my grandson. Now, got to run my grandson through training in order to get at a standard, learn how to grow up and handle a firearm safely kid weapon. And that is the distinction. The distinction between a right and a privilege. The right is protected under the Constitution. The privilege is something we back into and agree to, like a hunting license, like a driver's license, like what you're trying to make access to a conventional, standard, magazine drop firearm. That is the distinction.
Senator Gonzalez.
By analogy, thank you, Madam Chair. By analogy, if I am to understand the concern in the correct manner, similar to a driver's license, would you be in support of unlicensed drivers having the right to drive on our roads? Those are certainly vehicles that can those are certainly instruments and machines that can cause death and harm.
Senator Lundin.
Well, the hour is late, so I don't really want to start with Con Law 101, but I suppose we could. We have rights here in America. They're negative rights. That's an odd way of framing it. They're rights that come to us by God. They're rights that are enshrined and protected by the Constitution. They're limited. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. I would argue under life, you get a little bit of property if you work your life right. Oddly, I don't believe you have a right to a free college education. I don't believe you have a right to free health care. I don't believe you have a right to anything. You have to take something from somebody else to get. We could walk through the rights that are enshrined in the Bill of Rights, the first 10 that we talk about all the time. But the hour is late. The argument's well worn. You don't have a right to a car. You have a license, and you have a life, and if you live that life right, you might be able to put enough money together to buy a car, but it's certainly not a right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have seen this bill morph into something that it wasn't when it came through committee. We've seen a lot of amendments that has changed this bill. And I think we'll add a fiscal note. I think the only true path for this bill is to send it back to State Affairs Committee. There's still a lot of loopholes, not loopholes, but challenges for people that are under threat. They cannot immediately go acquire a firearm. Their lives are in danger. I think the only fair thing to do for the citizens of Colorado is to send this bill back to committee, have a new fiscal note done to this bill, and then bring it back after it comes out of committee for full debate again, because this is a totally different animal than what we saw a week and a half ago in the State Affairs Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm fascinated by this amendment, and I will be supporting this amendment. This amendment, I think, starts to get at the differences of historical constitutional philosophy on the Second Amendment. And we've had a conversation about that, really dug deep into what those philosophies are and how they apply to the bills that we consider in this chamber, including Senate Bill 3. A prominent school of thought that was the prevailing thought in court for the latter half, especially of the 20th century, and that was the academic framework militia service. And that becomes a little complicated under the scope of history. Certainly, what constitutes a militia-style weapon has evolved. So too has what is a militia evolved. Remember, leaving what is essentially a two-tiered form of militia. There is the National Guard, and there, what then is left of the well-regulated part of that militia? And what some constitutional scholars have argued, particularly on the right, is, well, you have to look back to the thoughts of the time of the framing of that amendment and what was the applicable definition of those words and the sentence structure of prevailing English at the time in those days, and apply it to our modern society where things are quite different. So let's think about an amendment that sets forth a basic training requirement on the functionality, the legal and practical use of those for protection order might be necessary. This broad sweeping discussion of the Second Amendment without going into any of the depths of the arguments on either the collective view or the individualist view, and a broader misconception writ large that has been, I think, sort of portrayed out there, that the individualist view of the Second Amendment thereby bars any regulation whatsoever of any form of firearms. That's not the case, and that's why I think judges that hold the individualist view have upheld several firearm regulations in the past. We see this in the U.S. versus Miller in 1936, where Tommy guns and other fully automatic weapons were completely banned, and that was upheld by the Supreme Court. We have seen it in cases where the court has upheld that those who've been convicted of domestic violence crimes do not have a right to purchase a firearm. That falls under the well-regulated militia piece. It's an element of law that essentially states that an individual who has committed this behavior is not fit for the militia. It's not a regulation on the type of, on a militia-style firearm, but rather the fitness of the individual to be considered a member of the militia. The Miller example is an example of a firearm that is absolutely not a militia-style firearm, and thus not subject to the protections of the Second Amendment. So here we have an amendment to a bill that I believe, as I've stated very publicly, as introduced, does not fit in the framework this amendment, whatever your thoughts on the policy that would remain after the amendments, would, I believe, bring it in line with that framework. And so I thank the sponsors for bringing it and ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just want to rise and acknowledge, I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate the thought that went into that. What this bill and this amendment attendant to